We are Baltimore. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. This afternoon from downtown St. Louis in Busch Stadium, the Cardinals looking for a sweep over the Pittsburgh Pirates. Walk-off wins against Pittsburgh twice last year here at Busch Stadium. Back-to-back nights, thanks to Matt Adams and Colton Wong. History has repeated itself already in 2015. Matt Adams on Friday night to drive in John Jay. Matt Carpenter yesterday afternoon in extra innings. And a celebration ensued. Today they look for a sweep. And along with Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Delighted to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. Over 40,000 here in attendance. Rick, when you look at the Cardinals and these comebacks, you look for particular individuals and a theme with it. One of those guys, well, it's John Jay.
The center fielder has been right in the middle of so many of these walk-offs, so many of these great moments. In fact, the last 14 walk-offs, John Jay has had 8 plate appearances where he's gotten on base every time. 5 hits, 2 walks, a hit by pitch right in the middle of that comeback, and he is in the lineup again this afternoon.
Vance Worley, Michael Wacha, and John Jay in the lineup. He'll bat leadoff and play center field. Going for the sweep. Cards, Pirates, coming up. Stadium as the Cardinals look for a sweep. Huge crowd, over 40,000 expected, as Michael Wacha looks to go to 5-0. Cards and Pirates comes your way next. Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light. It reminds fans to stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealers for great prices on our all-new 2015 vehicles today. Some of the images of this series so far. Game number 3 here this afternoon. What a gorgeous day it is for baseball. Glad that you're with us on Fox Sports Midwest. Gregory Polanco will lead things off for the Pirates and play right field. Second baseman Josh Harrison. Then Andrew McCutchen, Starling Marte, Pedro Alvarez, Jordy Mercer, Jung Ho Gang, Chris Stewart, and Vance Worley. Michael Wacha looking to go to 5-0 today.
Only Matt Harvey with the Mets with 5 victories in the early going. Wacha has been very good. His last outing, a little more average against the Phillies. He went 5 2/3, gave up 6 hits and 4 runs in that game, but did pick up the victory. Wacha, just 23 years of age, is 9-1 here at Busch Stadium.
The Cardinals with the best record in the game right now, 17-6. Their lead over Chicago at 3.5. Cincinnati and Pittsburgh 5.5 games out. And Milwaukee 11.5 games out. As a matter of fact, the Brewers, dating back to last year, have lost 11 consecutive series. This time last year, they were riding high. Now things can change in a hurry. The strike and we're underway. That breaking ball from Wacha to Gregory Polanco. Polanco hitting .291, 1 home run. He's driven in 7. Little ground ball to the right side. Taken there by Kozma. Over to Adams for the out. Some changes for the Cardinals in their lineup today. Matt Holliday is in left. John Jay in center. Jason Hayward sat in game 2. Did pinch hit. Had a base hit. He's in right. Carpenter, Peralta on the left side of the infield. Kozma gets the start at second base. Adams at first. And Yadier Molina behind the plate. That's presented by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
Mike Matheny happy with what his offense has been doing lately. And the pitching really all season long has been the best staff in all of baseball. Michael Wacha, interesting, as we look at our Hyundai pitch arsenal, that he began with a curveball first pitch of this game. 95% of the time you're going to start with a fastball, but that's a pitch that he's really improving with, as well as the changeup, which has been really a lights-out pitch for him in the past.
Talking with Michael the other day, he said he's always had a good fastball, even as a little leaguer. The changeup he had even in the 8th grade, high school and college. So that's always been a good pitch for him, and then has developed a good breaking ball.
They noticed you and Tim doing a game last week. He showed his changeup grip, really the same grip I used. Very familiar with that grip, kind of a choked changeup, and he gets a lot of outs with it.
Harrison grounds out to third, 2 away, and it brings in Andrew McCutchen. Derek Lilliquist, with the injuries the Cardinals have had, is kind of flown under the radar. The Cardinals pitching coach has done a nice job.
He really has, and Adam Wainwright will be missed, no question about it, but he's in charge of making sure that pitching staff still has leadership. And, you know, Wainwright certainly is a leader, but your pitching coach, so critical to the overall psyche of a staff. He has to be positive. He has to be able to redirect when necessary in the right way without kind of losing you. And it's a really tricky to be a coach of the best athletes in the land.
Will they listen? Will they respond? 0-2 the count on Andrew McCutchen, hitting under 200. He's at 198. Pair of home runs, 13 RBIs. Here's the 0-2. Lined into right field. Hayward is over. Thought about going after it. And it's an 0-2 mistake by Michael Wacha. A base hit into right. The amazing stat with Michael Wacha this season, and really the Cardinals in general, but what they have done, their lows never stop improving with runners on, and Michael Wacha has been sensational.
And this is OPS, which is on base percentage plus slugging, and when you've got numbers that low, look at all the Cardinals on that list: Walden, Segras, Martinez, and Wacha. That's very impressive, and that's means not a lot of extra base hits, not a lot of hits in general with runners in scoring position.
Jordan Walden on that list, now on the disabled list. Talk about that in just a moment. Starling Marte, the cleanup man, leads their club in home runs with 6, 3 for 10, a double in this series. Slowly hit left side, taken there by Carpenter, and he makes the play. Pirates strand a runner. Wacha looks sharp. Cardinals going for a sweep. Cardinals, and then we'll see Matt Carpenter, Matt Holliday. That 2-3 combination has been outstanding for the Cardinals here in the first month or so. Matt Adams in the cleanup spot, then Johnny Peralta, Jason Hayward, Yadier Molina, Pete Kozma, and Michael Wacha. John Jay involved in all those walk-off wins for the Cardinals, as we talked about in the open.
He always brings emotion to those moments, too. You think about him Whether he's scoring the run, driving in the run, or even getting the hit in the middle of it, you always see him jumping up and down in the middle of that pile. And let's see what happens today against Vance Worley. 4 starts on the season, a record of 2-2. Very little experience against the Cardinals. This is his 4th start, formerly a Philly.
Nicknamed the Vanimal. Vance Worley. We saw him in postseason with the Phillies a few years ago. And now with the Pittsburgh Pirates. 1 ball, 1 strike on Jay. He's 25 from Sacramento, California.
One thing you always look at is what Cardinals has he had trouble with in his limited experience, and the answer would be Carpenter, Hayward, and Peralta. Carpenter 5 for 6 against Worley.
In on the hands of Jay. Jose Oquendo lets it drop, and it's 1-2.
He could have caught it.
Oh yeah. Having some fun. He's always smiling at the ballpark, upbeat, working with the young players, in particular the Latin players. Inside to Jay, and it's not just middle infielders. You see him working with outfielders too. Yadier Molina even with some catching.
I think Jose's rejuvenated a bit too. His knees feel a lot better. He's back running again, which he's loved his whole life, and really doing well.
Left center on the move, McCutchen, and he's there. We've talked about it all series. He plays deep, obviously great speed, and he tracks down that ball off the bat of Jay. Pittsburgh defense with Marte in left, McCutchen in center, Polanco is in right. Gang, Mercer, Harrison, Alvarez along the infield, Chris Stewart behind the plate, Worley on the mound. That's presented by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And a look at Clint Hurdle in his 5th season as the manager of the Pirates, back-to-back years in the postseason.
He's done a terrific job of really transforming this franchise that was year after year at the bottom of the division, and he brought his positive nature here and said, we're going to get there. We're going to start winning and get used to winning. A franchise that hadn't won in 20 years, and all of a sudden they're winning every year, and they'll be in it. Their lineup is much better than what they've shown in the early going.
0-1 pitch to Carpenter. Let's go back to the at-bat of Matt Carpenter yesterday. You know, you think about it in that situation. If you're Carpenter, are they going to even pitch to me, number 1? Does a lefty come in, number 2? Are they pitching around me to get to Holiday? And so once he saw that that first pitch was a strike, then he goes on the attack. That tells you, okay, they're coming at me. I'm ready for the sinker.
It was a terrific interview, and he and Jim Hayes after the game and talking about his approach. He said, I wanted to see what they were doing, so I was going to take that first pitch, which I think is smart in that situation. And you know, you got a sinker baller. It's often difficult to get the ball in the air, but Carpenter expected it, looked for it down in the zone, and did his job. Clint Hurdle, by the way, used to manage Matt Holliday, and he was pretty well acquainted with what Holliday could do, and that's why he didn't want to face him.
And he goes, a strikeout of Carpenter. Couldn't hold up, and punched out by the crew chief Mike Winters down at third. Missouri Lottery pitch tracks. Let's take a look here.
Just off the plate, and Carpenter can't hold up. Mike Winters made some guys on both clubs a little uneasy yesterday. Had a very wide strike zone. Highly respected umpire yesterday. I think he was just, well, liking pitchers for some reason.
And a strike to Matt Holliday. He doesn't like that call either. Mark Wegner is our home plate umpire. Marty Foster at first. Mike Milchinski at second base. Winters down at third. The shift on here for Holliday. Outfield is deep. Back-to-back pitches there, Rick. The first one on the outer half. So the pitcher gets that pitch inside, and I think that's where Holliday was frustrated yesterday. Both sides of the plate given to the pitcher.
Yeah, hitter will give you one, but not both. And we talk so much about velocity, Dan. You guy throwing high 90s, and you know, so many major leaguers now can really rev up the fastball, but hitters don't like a pitcher who's good at location and go in and out. There's our Hyundai look at the pitch arsenal of Vance Worley.
3-1 the count. The Cardinals, by the way, didn't record their first hit until Peter Borges's leadoff single in the 6th inning off of Francisco Liriano. And really a game that you look at how they grinded through it. And the team is winning those games, the ones that you really got to grind them out.
Well, you and I looked at each other very early in the game yesterday and thought Liriano might throw a no-hitter.
Right.
Because he had that late-breaking slider working, and he looked like he was going to be tough to hit, which he was.
Worley, nice play. Little self-defense, quick hands, and an out off the bat of Holiday. Cardinals go in order. No score. Here's Pedro Alvarez hitting .219, 4 home runs, and 11 RBIs. Outfield is deep. Second baseman Cosma is on the grass, and the first pitch is a strike. So Micah Wacha trying to go to 5-0. It took him 19 starts to get to 5 wins a year ago. 1-1.
This is a predominantly right-handed hitting Pirates ball club. Just Polanco and Alvarez in the lineup today. Neil Walker, the switch hitter, has the afternoon off. And with a lot of right-handers, you'd think Walker would use the curveball more than the changeup. That's more the pitch of choice. Righty on righty is the pitch breaking away from him. So both innings he started off with a curveball. I think he's trying to establish that.
The 2-1 hit out of play. Wacha would be the first Cardinals pitcher to win his first 5 starts in a season since his teammate Lance Lynn won his first 6 in 2012. And it could be a little history today too. Be the first under the age of 24 to do that since Fred Frankhouse in 1927.
Do we have the pitch arsenal of Fred Frankhouse? 1927.
Brought to you by the Scooter.
I can't say I've heard of him.
Brought to you by the Horse and Buggy.
No televised games at the time, obviously. Frank was probably about 5'8", 170.
Letting it rip. Cardinals have given Wacha run support in his starts, nearly 7 a game. That's ripped right to Cosma. can't hit a ball any harder than that. Cardinals had him positioned perfectly. Rick Horton's Toyota, keys to the game.
Well, my first thought, Dan, is for the Cardinals not to settle. Very easy emotionally to do that. You've won the series. You haven't lost a series all year. And very simple to kind of pull back on the gas pedal a bit. But don't settle. Try to sweep today. And pitching dominance is what the story's been all season long. You'd expect Waka to be good here this afternoon against a Pirates team that is struggling to find offense. They're just not hitting with power. They're just not working right now as an offensive unit. They will at some point, but while they're down, go after it.
Jordy Mercer at the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. Hitting an even 200. No home runs. He's driven in 4. Out of play. Stays 1-2. Mentioned the Cardinals put Jordan Walden on the DL. It's a right bicep inflammation. And Sam Tuivailala, the 22-year-old hard-throwing right-hander closer at Memphis, has been called up, and he's available in the pen. Ground ball right side. Adams gloves to Waka for the out.
And Dan, I'm not a doctor, but I've had a lot of sore arms before, and I've known a lot of people who have. And when you hear bicep tendonitis, that's the kind of thing you don't really worry a lot about. That's muscular. We look at the Cardinal roster move. Again, Tuivailala coming up from AAA where he was the closer. But right bicep, often that's fatigue or just a tiredness. It very seldom is that kind of a long-term issue. And, you don't know until you give it the rest and find out. But I would not say there's a lot of major concern about Walden coming back at 100% here in a couple weeks.
Jung Ho Gang is at the plate. Cardinals said they're not overly concerned, as you mentioned, with the injury to Walden. They don't want to push him. And if you backdate it, it'll cost the club about 11 days with Walden out.
Well, it solves a little bit of the mystery that you and I were talking about in the telecast yesterday about Randy Choate with a pickoff move at first base with Liriano aboard. We thought, well, that's odd. And then Yadier Molina came out to the mound to talk to Choate for a long period of time. All the infielders came in, and what they were doing was giving Mitch Harris a chance to get loose because Walden was shut down. It would have been his game, but he was shut down, and Cardinals were playing it smart.
Adams to Waka for 2 of the outs in the top of the second. Midway through 2, no score. At bat, #1 app for live baseball, in-game highlights, live look-ins, stats, and more. All at MLB@bat.com. Matt Adams. The base hit on Friday night to win the game. It's been a productive homestand for Matt. He was hovering around 200 at the start of the homestand, now hitting 307. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He's beaten the shift a couple of times in this homestand. He's hit a couple balls the other way on pitches that they try to crowd him on, and he just has the inside out swing and goes the other way. It's interesting when you talk to Matt about how he defines himself as a player. He said he's always used the whole field, and so almost the discussion of the shift is a little, almost say, bewildering to him.
Depending on which measurement you want to look at with shifts, and there are various ways to look at it. Matt Adams was in the top 5 of average against the shift last year, and he was one of the players that was dealing with the shift more than anybody in the game. So that furthers your point about hitting it to all fields. 2-2 the count.
And there are some players that can on purpose drive the ball the other way, and pitchers are going to try to keep you from doing it. But you think about what Yadier Molina is able to do. If the ball's away, he can hit it away. If the ball's in, he can hit it away. And there, Adams trying to shoot that ball to the left side there. It's just a matter of waiting a split second longer. Now, what you don't want to do is overly think about that and let the shift kind of change your approach.
Here's a 2-2. Popped up. And it drops in. A base hit for Adams, fighting the sun. Was Gang, and the sunglasses are on top of the cap. It probably should be on his face to help out.
Well, they look great on that cap, but probably could have used them right about now. He puts his hand up, then the glove up, then loses the ball completely. So a nice gift for the Cardinals here to start out the bottom of the second.
Now Peralta hitting .302, 2 home runs. He's driven in 12. Short lead at first by Adams. Well, for Vance Worley, this is his 5th straight division rival and 7th if you go back to last season. With 2 starts against Milwaukee, 2 against Chicago. On the road, his ERA is over 7. It's sharply and off the glove of Mercer, and they'll get Adams. Jason Hayward is back in the lineup for St. Louis, and if you missed it on Friday night, how about this throw from Jason Hayward? We haven't seen that in the Cardinals outfield in a long time.
So many good things about that play. He charged the ball well, took the right angle, got his body moving in the direction of the throw, the good throw, and the good celebration. He had the whole package there on that play. You and I love that, Dan. We've talked about that a lot. Outfield arms are fun to watch, especially when you're here at the ballpark. There's something about that threat.
Could be 2, 4, 6, 3. Double play. Cardinals Hall of Fame. You can find out tomorrow exclusively here on Fox Sports Midwest. We'll have the announcement with a half-hour show at 6 o'clock. That'll lead you into the Cardinals pregame show at 6:30, and then the Cubbies first of 4 beginning at 7. The Cardinals Hall of Fame announcement tomorrow.
What a great crowd here again this afternoon, Dan. The crowds have been terrific all season long. A lot of young people out here at the ballpark today. The weather has been, I would say, perfect. Temperatures, it's warm, but it's not too warm, and slight breeze, and just really sunshine and good baseball to go along with it.
And a strike to Chris Stewart underway here in the third. By the way, Fred Frankhouse was 5 feet 11, 175 pounds.
I was close.
You were close.
And he had a sweeping curveball, I understand.
He was part of a rotation. He joined it in September that featured Jess Haynes, Grover Cleveland Alexander, a couple of Hall of Famers. And he strung together a September winning streak that almost put the Cardinals to a second consecutive National League pennant. Promoted in September of 1927.
And my apologies to the Frankhouse clan for not having a memory of Fred Frankhouse. But now I do.
One ball, 2 strikes on Chris Stewart.
That last pitch, you can see a little bit more maybe of the speed of the game. Waka delivers the pitch, and Yachty catches it an instant later. Boom, there it is. Boy, you better be quick. We talk about players having quick hands at the plate. You've got a 31-ounce bat, 32-ounce bat that you've got held behind you, and you have less than 0.4 of a second to figure out what to do with that bat and where that pitch is coming and hit it.
Popped up on the 2-2. It will be Pete Kozma. Makes the catch.
There's a delivery. Good location, middle in. We talked about how quick the hands had to be. Tough to get your hands to that spot when it's middle in. And just a tad slow was Chris Stewart.
Vance Worley comes from Minnesota. He began his career with the Phillies. 128 career hitter. No balls and 2 strikes. Last year with Pittsburgh, he was 8-4. Best season was 2011. He was 11-3 that year with the Phillies.
Here's what's no fair if they throw you a breaking ball with 2 strikes and you're a pitcher.
Fly ball into right. Here comes Hayward near the line. He's got it. Just cruising in. Jason Hayward won his first Gold Glove in 2012. Added another last year. As you see, the fewest runs allowed, the BJC Healthcare difference maker. 57. Remarkable start to this season for the Cardinals pitching staff. Fangraphs.com. If you go to their website, he had 32 runs saved. That was first in the big leagues. And what that means, it's a metric that measures the runs a player saves or costs his team in the field compared to the average player at his position. A total of 15 or above is Gold Glove caliber. Jason Hayward, 32.
Well, what I've noticed already in that last play, maybe indicative of it, now, of course, it was the pitcher hitting, so you're going to defend him closer to the line. You're going to play in. But he's got a lot of range in right field.
Need range on this one. Left center, and it drops right between Holiday and Jay. So Gregory Polanco with a 2-out double.
Polanco, one of the young stars of this game, great future. He has very good speed, power. Pirates have been touting him as a 5-tool player for the last couple of years, and he is in that leadoff spot now for Clint Hurdle, and I think they're counting on him to be a big producer. Last year they kind of eased him in, but this year he's the guy.
Josh Harrison takes a ball low. First time up, grounded out to third. One ball, one strike. Harrison, a graduate of Princeton High School in Ohio. Grew up a Reds fan. And when he signed his extension, family and friends were in Cincinnati, and he got a 4-year deal to stay with the Buccos. Fly ball, right field. Hayward, he's got it right in front of the track. Tosses that baseball out, a souvenir, and there's no score. Steel outdoor power equipment. Quality, reliability, and value. Find a servicing Steel dealer at steeldealers.com or search STIHL. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. The images from the series this weekend. And here's Yadier Molina.
Dan, I'm pretty pumped up for this half inning after seeing that Bruno Mars video in between innings. How about you?
Oh, quit acting like you're hip.
Wasn't
Seriously.
tell me that wasn't good.
Seriously.
The crowd enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, and you weren't paying attention.
Into right, and the catch is made by Polanco. Saw you on Google. You're like, okay, that's the
Who's
okay.
Bruno?
Google Bruno Mars. Okay, I'm hip.
No, Uptown Funk, Dan. It was terrific.
You're all over it.
I'm all over it. It was terrific. I'm going to get you dancing to it before the year's over because that's going to be a hit here at the ballpark. I'm telling you right now.
I want to party with you, Rickord.
Pass.
Here's Pete Kozma. Kozma got it all started for the Cardinals yesterday with a base hit after Peter Borges was picked off between second and third, and Cardinals took him off the hook, didn't they? Big win late.
See? You're starting to
feel it now.
I can see you feeling it. Nice to see Pete Kozma getting this start. You know, he was so good, Dan, in spring training, and it almost felt like he was getting a little rusty on the Cardinals bench. He had very little opportunity the first couple of weeks to play. And he had a big hit here last night, as we've mentioned, or yesterday afternoon, and wondered whether Colton Wong had an issue physically on that play at second base, and Mike Matheny said he's fine. He never really talked about it again after a stolen base attempt. Runner slid right into his left arm and was in some pain for a bit, but I believe he's able to play today. Working on his timing already.
And a strikeout of Cosma. Second strikeout for Vance Worley gets St. Louis's 2 favorite destinations for one great price with the Cardinals Six Flags double play combo. Double play combo includes a ticket to a 2015 Cardinals game and a one-day pass to Six Flags St. Louis. Get yours now at cardinals.com/Six Flags. Two outs, nobody on for Michael Wacha. Wacha is hitting .111. No home runs. He's driven in 2. It was really an interesting start with Wacha the other night. At one point, he had 17 straight strikes. And then in the 5th, a couple of walks. Next inning, hit batter. Just kind of, grinded his way through that start after initially being, it looked like, very, very sharp.
Really
turned out to be a win.
Was up against a pitcher who was having his major league debut, who struggled, Gonzalez, for the Phillies.
Fly ball out to deep right. Polanco is back and off his glove. And Wacha to second base with a 2-out double. Nearly a tremendous catch by Polanco in right. But one step short of getting there. And Wacha is in safely at second base with a double.
I got to believe the pitchers on the Cardinals staff are thrilled with this one. Michael Wacha, who hasn't had a great average as a big leaguer, gave this one a ride. And there's the speed of Polanco. Had a long way to go. He's playing shallow and right and got to the ball, just couldn't hang on.
Now John Jay. Wacha, the runner at second base.
Talking about Wacha's start, Dan, and yes, his command left for a while, but he got a win, and I think that's important to find ways to win games where you're not 100% and just stay with it, stay with the game, give your team a chance. Lance Lynn did that the other night. Now, he pitched great, but had to get out of a bases loaded situation here against the Pirates, and really the difference in the game. Give your team a chance to win and rely on what happens in innings 7, 8, 9. That's kind of what a starting pitcher does now.
John Lackey yesterday in the 6th as well. Bases loaded situation. 1 ball, 1 strike on Jay. Yeah, we were talking about this with Jim Edmonds on Friday night. It's really caught my attention more so now, and that shot, perfect example of what I'm about to say, is how deep the Pirates outfielders play.
Oh, boy.
All 3 of them here for John Jay.
Now, there's one of the factors here is that if it is a base hit to left, center, or right, you wouldn't expect Wacha to score. So you can play it a little deeper for that reason. But if you're playing deep just to guard against the power of John Jay, you may be allowing a hit in front of you.
3-1, left center. McCutchen back and makes the catch.
Like we said, good thing he was playing deep.
The second time that Jay has given it a ride into left center. McCutchen playing deep makes the catch.
rewind. Michael Wacha getting the start here this afternoon, trying to pick up his 5th victory of the season. And in the early going, a lot of ground balls, keeping the infielders busy. Wacha, very good stuff in the early going, has allowed just 2 Pirate hits. And again, keeping everybody busy. That's our AT U-verse rewind.
Along with Rick Horton, Dan McLaughlin with you, our entire Fox Sports Midwest crew. Michael Wacha finishing up his warm-up tosses. We will see on Tuesday night Tyler Lyons back with the club, and he'll get that start. Again, that would be the 2nd start that Wainwright will have missed this year, so Tyler Lyons gets the call-up.
Cardinals were keeping that close to the vest the last couple of days, weren't 100% sure what they were going to do. I think part of it was they had an inkling that they were going to have to DL Walden, so I think the decision went to stay with Villanueva in the Cardinals bullpen and call up Lyons, who they say pitched well his last couple of outings in AAA. And so, again, it shows you how important not just your 12-man pitching staff is, but how important your entire roster is. You're going to use 4, 5, 6 or more guys from the minor leagues before it's over.
1 ball, 1 strike on Andrew McCutchen. We're in the 4th. McCutchen with a fly ball, right field. John Jay makes the catch. That ball carried all the way to the track. Gorgeous afternoon. Ballpark is packed, well over 40,000. If you're wondering, Marco Gonzalez is back throwing, dealing with a pectoral issue. They're hoping for a game for him around the 10th. Jaime Garcia will throw 70 to 75 pitches on Tuesday. And then you have to start looking at a rehab assignment for him. And that starts the clock then. Once he begins that, he's on his way to St. Louis in a short amount of time. Starling Marte grounded to 3rd. No balls and 2 strikes.
So much conversation coming out of spring training. Who's going to be on the team? The 25 guys. Who are the 25? What's the rotation? But boy, by the time you get to July and August, every team makes changes. And John Mozeliak is fond of saying, you know, I care more about my roster on August 1st than I do on April 1st. And it doesn't mean you don't care about April 1st, but players will develop. Players will get opportunities. Players will step up, step in, and what you really want is guys finishing strong.
Marte hits it sharply to short. Peralta up with it. Fires to first. No chance. Boy, Marte can absolutely fly. That's 4 hits in the series for Marte. I believe all 4, with the exception of 1 double, have been infield hits.
Well, he leads the Pirates with 6 home runs, so it's nice to keep him in the infield, but boy, you better get it to first base in a hurry. No chance for Peralta. That ball hit in the hole. He made a nice effort to try to get him. Marte, a threat to steal. 3 stolen bases, 4 attempts, but of course, Yadier Molina behind the plate, the equalizer.
Pirates have attempted 18 steals, tied for 7th in the National League. But 9 attempts on Yadier Molina. He has caught 3. What was interesting on that play was that Pete Kozma was racing to back up the throw. Second base then was unoccupied because Peralta was deep in the hole at short. Pete realized that and then had to sprint back towards second base to make sure Marte didn't take the bag. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Alvarez.
I guess you'd have to say the pitcher would be the closest one to cover second base, but you're not really thinking about that in that situation. But as you said, the middle infielders were both not in the middle infield. They were someplace else.
Alvarez lined out into the shift, and Pete Kozma first time up. 2-0. Pulled foul. Tyler Lyons with 26 strikeouts, by the way, at AAA Memphis to lead their club, and the best ERA of 2.91. We'll see him on Tuesday night. Xavier Scruggs off to a good start, the first baseman with 5 home runs. Steven Piscotty with 7 doubles. He's been banged up a little bit, but staying in the lineup. Runner goes. Molina to second. That's into center field. And Marte stays put at second base. A throw like that with Colton Wong yesterday.
I'm not sure he had a chance to get Marte anyway with that jump, but Marte ought to be on third base, and I'm not sure he didn't see that ball get away or whether he was deked somehow, but if he could have popped up, he had plenty of time to get from second to third. Here's the jump and the good speed of Marte, the hard slide, the throw. He doesn't see it. He doesn't know where it is, and he's kind of feeling for the base, but all he had to do was get up and go to third.
We've seen more this year, those throws tailing a little bit from Yadier Molina, haven't we?
We have. Saw that in spring training some. Here's the throw you're talking about. Almost like he didn't have a good grip on that ball. That's so far wide that maybe tried to be a little too quick, knowing that Marte had a good jump and runs well. And maybe was just a little too fast for that throw.
Here's a 3-2. Taken low by Alvarez. So runners at first and second with 1 out. Jordy Mercer will be the hitter. Mercer grounded out his first time up, 0 for 1. One out, 2 on, Jordy Mercer. First walk issued by Michael Wacha, and the pitch is taken outside. One ball, 1 strike.
This is where you go to work if you're Michael Wacha. Go into shutdown mode, try to get that ground ball strikeout. Plenty of ground balls already, as we've mentioned.
Ground ball, there it is. Flip to Kozma, steps on the bag and a barehanded play. Nifty work there by Pete Kozma. Started by Johnny Peralta. They nearly turned 2.
Well, they nearly turned 2, and they nearly didn't get anybody on that flip. Tough play, and Kozma bobbles it, but is able to handle it with the bare hand. There's the little bobble, pops right back into his hand just in time. Really a pretty close play at second base because he didn't have it on that first grab. Started to fall out of his hand. He grabbed it again. Talk about hand-eye coordination. Nice play by Kozma and Peralta.
Now 2 outs, runners at the corners for the Pirates here at the top of the 4th.
Well, the trend, Dan, has been for the Pirates not getting hits with runners in scoring position and leaving men on base of late. The trend for the Cardinals all season has been pitching well with runners aboard. We'll see if the trend continues here.
It's amazing. Yesterday, 18 left on base, double figures in hits, and yet they get 1 run. They had runners on base every inning of the game yesterday except 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Dan, I mentioned to you before the game that we talked about all those runners left on base for the Pirates. That one catches the inside corner there on our box tracks. The Pirates actually have some of the fewest number of left on base in the National League, so that shows how much that trend has been a short-term trend. Watch out.
How about Molina? Heads up play here with Marte down at third, watching the bat in the crowd, and hopefully everybody's okay. Marte straight away from the bag, and Yadi sprinted to try to go tag him out.
So the swing, bat flies, ball still in play. Everybody's concerned about the fans right now, including Marte. Everybody's watching, but the ball's live.
That fan apparently is okay. Thank goodness. Here's a 1-2. Pittsburgh on Friday night left 6 on, 18 yesterday. And thus far this afternoon, they have stranded 2. Inning started. McCutchen flying to deep right center. Base hit by Marte. Walk to Alvarez. Mercer hit into a fielder's choice. And now 1-2, Jung Ho Kang. Last year part of the Korean baseball organization. Ground ball that's hit to short and a flip. They now have stranded 4. Midway through 4, no score on this Sunday afternoon. Last minute, even if the game is sold out, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Cardinals, it's StubHub. Carpenter, Holiday, Adams for the Cardinals in the home half of the 4th.
I have a feeling, Dan, in this game today, we've seen a couple of balls carry well, surprisingly, and these are 2 clubs that don't give up very many home runs, but I have a feeling that there's going to be a big swing of the bat home run that's going to be the decider. Pittsburgh has allowed just 10 home runs this season as a staff. The Cardinals 11. That's the 2 best teams in the National League as far as keeping the ball in the ballpark. But I just have that feeling today.
The Bucco pitchers have gone 10 straight games and now 95 consecutive innings without giving up a home run.
Today's the day.
John Jay has had 2 balls that carried to deep left center. The McCutchen ball in right center. That carried too.
Waka's ball to right field.
Yeah. Well, around this time of the year, it starts to get a little warmer here in town, and the ball seems to fly when the weather warms up. No doubt about that. Two and two. Matt Carpenter struck out on a check swing his first time up.
You know how good I am at predictions too, Dan, right?
The best.
The wrong horse, Pacquiao. Might as well be wrong about this too.
Tough night for you, huh? Here's a 2-2. Carpenter with 3 home runs. Adams with 3 to lead the club. The 3-2 pitch. Worley to Carpenter. tapped foul. We get asked all the time, visiting broadcasters, fans, why is Matt Carpenter so good? And I think he's an elite hitter. And the bottom line, it comes down to his ability to hit with 2 strikes. It's a big part of it.
Very hard to do, and he's great at it.
In the air, center field. McCutchen back. Leaps in, it's gone. A home run for Carpenter. What a prediction. Ricky says it. Carpenter does it. Cardinals on top 1-0.
Carpenter sure can hit with 2 strikes. That pitch, middle of the plate, and he drives it to the deepest part of the ballpark, and McCutchen doesn't catch it, and he loses his glove. But they're kind enough to return it. Terrific effort by McCutchen, and there's your ball carrying.
Initially off the bat, I did not think it was a home run, but the ball is definitely flying today. Here's a 1-0 Holiday. Along with Nostradamus, I'm Dan McLaughlin. You were just saying in a general sense, somebody's going to hit a home run.
I didn't say it had to happen the next pitch.
You were all over it. Carpenter now with 4 home runs. He's driven in 16. This is the first time the Cardinals have not had to play catch up early in a game against the Pirates.
Pirates hadn't given up a home run in how long did you say?
95 innings.
They'll have to start over.
A 2-2. Strikeout of Holiday. 3rd strikeout for Vance Worley.
Holiday didn't like that call, but that is a strike there. It's just been a frustrating last few days for Holiday, and you wonder, is he frustrated about that pitch? I think it's a cumulative effect. A lot of times a player will get tossed and he'll lose it, and you'll say, well, why did he get so mad? Well, it builds, and he's had a number of close calls, questionable calls, and it hasn't gone his way.
Pitch taken outside by Matt Adams. Sun aided base hit first time up. A pop up that the third baseman Gang could not make the play on. And this is well hit into center. McCutchen back at the wall, and he's got it up against the wall.
I thought that ball might have a chance to get out, but just a couple of feet short, and McCutchen, ball arrives, and so does the center field wall. Same time, braces himself against the wall. Maybe hit his knee against the wall, and a little hobbly. He hobbled a bit early in this series. And we've seen some terrific plays from McCutchen over the years, haven't we?
Great player, MVP a couple of years ago, off to a slow start. And you just wonder about some of the nagging injuries that all players deal with from the first day of spring training. How much is that affecting McCutchen here early on? The play that you're referring to was on Friday night. Went into the dugout, then went back into the clubhouse. The trainers worked on him, popped back out. He's been durable in his career.
You talked about Mike Trout being the face of Major League Baseball, best player in the American League, and I think you can certainly make an argument that this play is made by the best player in the National League. Although, if you look at the first 5 weeks of the season, and you'd say we're going to have a 5-week MVP, which there's no such thing. But Matt Carpenter gets that in my mind.
No doubt. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Popped foul and out of play. 2-2. Full count on Johnny Peralta. He has started 23 of the 24 games the Cardinals have played in. 3-2 and a called third strike. Holiday didn't like the outside corner, and neither does Johnny Peralta. Matt Carpenter, one of the hottest hitters in baseball in 2015. 4th home run. He's driven in 16. 1-0 lead. All right, guys, thanks. Here's Chris Stewart. And strike one. Matt Carpenter, to update the numbers against Vance Worley, is now 6 for 8. Home run, double, 3 RBIs. Isn't it crazy just in the game how a pitcher owns a hitter or vice versa? That's clearly the case here with Matt Carpenter. Hit to the right side at a base hit.
There isn't always a lot of rhyme or reason to that. It could be a pitcher who's really good too, but you just happen to see the ball out of their hand well, and there are times from the pitcher's point of view, and anybody that's done that at this level will tell you that there's certain guys that you just keep making mistakes to. It's like you know what you want to do, and for some reason you spin the curveball or you hang the changeup or the fastball gets in the middle of the plate and you miss your location, and all of a sudden the guy's 4 for 4 against you and you think he shouldn't be.
Now Vance Worley showing bunt up the first base line and foul.
In this situation, Dan, we've talked about it before, the Cardinals have been as aggressive as any defense that we see in baseball at trying to get the lead out. Most teams will teach. I've talked to a lot of coaches on other ball clubs, and they say they preach get an out. Don't make a mistake. Don't make it worse. They're giving you an out. Take it. The Cardinals, and it began really with Tony La Russa and has continued with Matheny, they want that out at second base, and they're going to charge hard. Carpenter's 10 feet away from Worley when he was trying to bunt that ball. He's charging hard, thinking second base, not easy out.
0-2. Will they stay with the bunt with 2 strikes? Carpenter way in at third base.
And he's going to get closer here in a second. Here he comes.
Worley pulls back and swings and misses. First strikeout for Michael Wacha. Gregory Polanco doubled to left center, was left stranded back in the third, is also grounded out to second.
Worley swung at that pitch almost like it was a hit and run, and you take the bunt off doesn't mean you have to swing. You put on what George Kissel used to call the butcher boy, and why it was called that I don't know. Where the fake bunt, you just try to hit a little ground ball somewhere in the infield, but needed to be more selective with that pitch way out of the zone.
Did you find, Rick, that when you pitch to guys like this, Polanco, where the Cardinals, especially Carpenter, has to play in with his speed, was more difficult than pitching to, let's say, a Pedro Alvarez, a guy that can knock it 20 rows deep?
I much preferred the guy who was the home run hitter with the big swing, because most of the time they had holes in their zone. And if you were a command pitcher, which I had to be with my stuff, I wasn't uncomfortable that I felt like I could get the ball where I wanted it and away from his power. But with a guy who's got good plate coverage and kind of gets deep counts, and again a guy like Carpenter more so, those guys would drive you crazy because they'd foul off the good pitches that you throw, and they could handle most pitches anywhere, really, more so than the big power hitters could.
0-2 the count. Here's an 0-2.
Rather face Darryl Strawberry than Ricky Henderson would be that era's equivalent. Don't tell Darryl I said that.
Darryl Strawberry living in the St. Charles area.
He might have heard it then by now.
It would have to be a very hard hit ball to double up Polanco with his speed. Pitch number 73 of the afternoon for Wacha. The changeup taken low, 2-2. Strawberry in 42 at bats against Rick Horton, 9 strikeouts. A 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. There's the breaking ball from Wacha. I mentioned how we talked to Michael the other day, and he credits Adam Wainwright for really helping him with the breaking ball. And it started in spring training a few seasons ago. He said, I was trying to be a sponge when Wainwright would talk about the curveball and extension out in front. And maybe you can add to that.
Yeah, the curveball's thrown. You really have to get your fingers on top of the ball and then pull down your fingers in front of the ball. And it's a slightly different arm arc than when you throw a slider. A slider's just off, or a cutter just off your fastball. The curveball, not every pitcher can throw a curveball.
And out at first, the tag by Matt Adams. Carpenter cut it off before it got to Peralta. The high throw as he was off balance. And the ruling at first base is out.
Interesting on the continuation, Stewart was running to third just in case they reversed the call.
And the tag clearly there by Matt Adams. Flavor McCafe shake for just $1.99 at McDonald's. Jason Hayward bounced into a 4-6-3 double play back in the second, 0 for 1. Earlier in our telecast, we had a shot of Randal Grichuk. Cardinals are hoping by the end of the week he could potentially start a rehab assignment.
Dan, we were talking at the end of last inning about the catcher Stewart, who was the runner at first base on that last play, and the tag play is made by Matt Adams that we talked about. Stewart on the play wasn't sure, so he tried to actually get up and run to third, and you and I both agree that they would not have given him third base, even though he ended up at third, because Matt Carpenter came off the field. And had that play been overturned, had the player been safe at first base, I believe the umpires would have decided to keep Stewart there. But I think players are taught now, just because there's a call made doesn't mean necessarily that that's the end of it.
3-2. Joe Madden a few years ago in Tampa Bay actually told his first baseman, if there was a runner at second base and a bang play, to throw home just in case. So take the play at second, or rather at first, watch the runner at second if he would score, but throw home just in case. Hayward lines it to short, and he is 0 for 2. Celebrate Cinco de Mayo with a theme ticket. Fans receive an exclusive Cardinals chip and dip tray. Grab your sombrero. Head to Busch Stadium May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. Tickets available now at cardinals.com/theme.
You're doing a great job on all these multilingual reads the last couple of weeks. I heard you last week.
Los Cardinals.
There it was. De St. Louis. I heard you. Very impressive.
See, that's all I know. Here's a 1-1 to Yadier Molina. Fly to right. That's why we have Danny Martinez up here. Not only does Danny help us with stats and different things happening around baseball, but he translates.
He does.
Danny from El Salvador. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Here's Danny. Buena gente.
Three and two.
Sometimes I translate for you too, Dan.
That's just English. Three-two out of play. Three-two pitch. Taken outside and low. 1-out walk for Yadier Molina. First walk issued by Vance Worley. Vance Worley was part of the staff that was considered a few years ago the best in baseball. 2011 Phillies during the regular season. Halladay, Hamels, Lee, Oswalt. Sports Illustrated had them on the cover. And here's Pete Kozma with 1 out and a runner at first base. Kozma with a fly ball lifted to right field.
So many good views here at the ballpark. Some windier than others.
It's Phil Nichols, our cameraman, helping out the Coke Pavilion.
Got the camera in one hand and helps scoop up the hat with the other. Very talented.
Michael Walker with a high fly ball into right center. McCutchen is there. And the Cardinals strand a runner. They have stranded 2. We played 5. Another tight game, 1-0. Will be here, presented by Budweiser. Cardinals are 5-0 this year when Martinez makes a start. Nothing like it at the ballpark. The old marriage proposal up on the video board during the Kiss Cam.
And that guy, a good friend of mine, Dan, and I am so glad she said yes. Look at Major League Baseball starters with 4+ wins and an ERA below 2.5. Michael Wacha on that list. We mentioned Matt Harvey with 5 wins to lead the National League. Cole, Greinke, and Hernandez also on that list.
Who was it?
It was a guy that used to be my personal trainer.
Really?
Congratulations, Maurice. She said yes.
Clearly he's in another line of work looking at you.
That is true. I was going to be offended, but I really couldn't be.
I'm joking. You keep yourself in great condition, Ricky.
I'm working at it.
I hear about your workouts all the time.
Wait a minute.
Here's McCutchen.
Felt like another dig from you.
1 ball, 1 strike. McCutchen, Marte, Alvarez, 3, 4, and 5. This is well hit. Right field. Hayward back. Near the wall. Plenty of room. McCutchen 1 for 3. So Harrison and McCutchen, you wonder why the Pirates have had their offense down at the start of the season. That's a pretty good reason why right there.
Yeah, they're all-stars. These are the guys they rely on, and of course Polanco at the top of the lineup. Marte's a good offensive player, but these are the guys that really get it done. These are the producers, and it's going to happen. McCutchen is going to hit 300, and Harrison probably going to hit 300, and just right now they're down, and that's why the Cardinals have to take advantage of this opportunity right now. I mean, there may be a time during this summer that the Pirates are unbeatable. We know how good Garrett Cole can be and how good Liriano can be. This bullpen is very, very good for the Pirates. So get your wins while you can.
0-1 pitch. Taken down and away by Starling Marte. The Cardinals, and I'm sure this has got to be so frustrating right now for the Pittsburgh Pirates, but the Cardinals have just 9 hits. If you go through yesterday and today, 9 hits combined in the 2 games, the last 16 innings.
Yesterday, 6 hits in the game yesterday. 3 of them came in the 11th. So half of their hits in the 11th inning, yet a victory and a 1-0 lead in this one.
Backhanded and a foul ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Never forget the game that Michael Wacha pitched against Pittsburgh, elimination in the playoffs. At that time, 22 years old, first postseason start. PNC Park was just rocking. It was game 4 of the division series. The day before, Joe Kelly lost as Wacha underhands to Adams. And Matt Carpenter, or rather Chris Carpenter, took Wacha's side and said, look at this. This is what you're going to be dealing with the next day. And Wacha quieted the crowd. He was sensational. 5 outs from becoming the 3rd pitcher ever to win a ball game with a postseason no-hitter. Pedro Alvarez had a solo home run in the 8th. Adam Wainwright closed out the Pirates back home at Busch Stadium.
And so young to be having that experience.
Rick, 22.
I know. Just 23 now, 6'6", 210, and a great future ahead of him.
A strike to Pedro Alvarez. Alvarez has lined out and walked.
Has that look of a power hitter. Kind of an all or nothing guy right now. We saw him, Dan, at a time where he was so red hot a couple years ago that thinking about Jake Westbrook's numbers against him were just ridiculous. And really every Cardinal pitcher, especially in Pittsburgh.
We would joke that the Cardinals kept him in the league.
They got him jump started, that's for sure.
You bet. One ball, 2 strikes. Shift on here for Pedro Alvarez. 2-2.
I think where he is right now is he's just a guy you don't want to make a mistake to.
Trying to pound him inside 3-2. Peralta moving to his left on the second base side, and a ground ball that's foul. Wasn't that interesting at the last second there? And then Carpenter did the same thing.
Even later, Carpenter made his move, so the shift happened, as we talked about the Pirates doing that a lot with the count. When it went to a full count against Alvarez, I'm going to say 15 feet or so is kind of how much Johnny Peralta moved to the second base side of the bag, and way off the bag now is Carpenter.
The 3-2. Second walk issued to Alvarez. Get wrapped up in the game as well as the perfect Cardinals accessory, the Coke scarf. 25,000 fans ages 16 and older. That's May 16th.
Just notice Wacha throwing that pitch out of the stretch. I don't recall him doing that before. 3-2 count, nobody on. He worked out of the stretch. I think that's odd.
Here's Jordy Mercer. By design, or is that just, you know, a lack of concentration?
One of those two, yes.
Yeah. Just missed. 2 balls, no strikes. Cardinals have the top of the lineup looking ahead to the bottom of the 6th. 2-0 the count. I think Walker's been a little frustrated too. He hasn't gotten some calls here. A couple pitches on Alvarez, that one there on Mercer.
Just a little conversation to redirect the concentration and the confidence of Michael Wacha. So he gets to a 3-2 count and he throws it out of the stretch with nobody on. Throws a curveball, hangs it, and just odd that he'd been into the windup. Really, the rest of that at bat, just odd to me. Whether he just forgot or just wanted to throw the curveball to change things up, I just don't know. But that can be disconcerting to a pitcher when you realize, boy, that's embarrassing. What did I just do there? So try to forget about it, move on.
3-0 the count. Start to stretch a little bit in the Cardinals pen. Pitch number 94 from Michael Wacha. Mercer has grounded out to first, also grounded to short. 0 for 2. He's hitting 194. McCutchen is under 200. Alvarez just over 200. He stands at first base, the 3-1. Fly ball, center field. Jay battling the sun with the glasses on and makes the catch. Midway through 6, 1-0 St. Louis. Sunday, May 17th. Kids 15 and younger entering with a ticket receive a bat courtesy of Rawlings. That day, kids also receive a voucher for a free ticket to a home game this year. May 17th. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. Here's John Jay. So, Rick, the Cardinals last 16 innings, 9 hits total. The last 17 innings offensively for the Pirates, they have stranded 24. And they've scored 1 run. Here's an 0-1. Jay, base hit into left. And the leadoff man is aboard in John Jay, who's 1 for 3. Brings in Carpenter, who is homered today. And he's looking for another multi-hit game.
Love this swing of John Jay. How many hits has he had exactly like that in his career? He just kind of lays the bat on the ball. Very simple approach and lines it the other way. Well, you want more hits and more offense, Dan? Maybe it'll come this inning.
Matt Carpenter with that home run, now 19 extra base hits for the Cardinals. 19. Throw behind and Jay back in safely.
both Carpenter and Holiday with big numbers as far as hitting with runners in scoring position, each one of them over 500. And that, of course, part of the reason why they have the RBIs they have.
Carpenter with 16 multi-hit games, trying to make it 17. See if the Cardinals want to do a little running. They were very aggressive on Friday night. That was against Cervelli. Today it's Chris Stewart behind the plate. We picked up last inning Michael Wacha with nobody on, working from the stretch. I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. Here's the 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike. Activity in the Pirates' pen. Nobody throwing for the Cardinals in their pen. Long look, the 1-1. Ooh, he took a rip.
Very seldom do you see Matt Carpenter way out in front of a pitch. I mean, you just can't picture that swing, can you? Like fooled by a changeup, and you don't see him yanking balls down the right field line foul. He lets that ball get in on him. He trusts his hands. Not afraid to go the other way. Good bat speed.
The 1-2. 2-2. At times today, that's been a strike. Carpenter may have caught a break. It evens it up at 2-2. Cardinals have hit into 1 double play today. That was off the bat of Hayward in the second.
Wouldn't mind seeing a hit and run.
Swung on and missed, and a strikeout for Carpenter.
Well,
and back to Michael Wacha.
Yeah, we're talking about him going out of the stretch, and the question is, did he do that kind of by accident, or was there a reason for it? Now, he already thrown a fastball in on Alvarez, and he goes for the 3-2 count, and he gets ready to pitch, and he's working out of the stretch, and the timeout is called, and I think Yachty's actually asking him, are you sure you want to go out of the stretch here? He goes, what? Stretch? And Wacha just stays with it, but I think he just kind of lost it for a minute there. I don't think that was on purpose. Maybe it was. He threw 4 straight pitches out of the strike zone after that happened.
Michael Wacha, 33 career starts. 21 times he's pitched 6 or more innings. And he's gone at least 6 today. Nobody throwing in the pen. He'll start the 7th. 0-1 pitch to Holiday. Fly ball right field. That'll carry to Polanco in the corner. Catch made. John Jay tagging up from first to second. Throw in, and he is saved.
I like the aggressiveness from John Jay, and really a nice throw from Polanco in right field. It's on the money, but Jay thinks, yeah, I think I can make it. Calculates it. Gets the jump. Slides straight to the bag. There's the kind of the bounce up, I think, is what made him safe. The ball hits and bounces up, so the glove's going up for the middle infielder Mercer. Then he has to bring the glove back down, and that little difference makes John Jay a safe runner in scoring position.
Matt Adams, 1 for 2. A Sun-aided base hit, and then hit one to the wall that's caught. That's baseball.
Exactly.
And the first pitch taken for a strike. Outfield extremely deep. A shift on here for Adams. Shortstop Mercer trying to keep John Jay close to the bag at second base. And the 0-1. Pulled foul, 1-2. T-Mobile game changer through 23 games this year for the Cardinals, which has been a tremendous start. 17-6, tied for the best start in team history. 41-19-44, 10-2 at home, 12-4 inside the Central. The T-Mobile game changer.
That 1944 team, one of the best Cardinal teams ever.
Adams with a fly ball lifted out to left field. Tailing back to Marte, makes the catch. So Matt is 1 for 3. Cardinals strand a runner. Their third today. Walker back to work. NHL and NBA playoff action and today's games from around Major League Baseball. Fox Sports Live tonight on Fox Sports 1. See it simulcast right here on Fox Sports Midwest. Seven, 8, and 9 in the lineup for Michael Walker here in the top of the 7th to deal with. Wow, 30 left on base in this series for Clint Hurdle's club. Breaking ball misses. And we're underway here in the 7th. Jung Ho Yang is 0 for 2. And a base hit out to left. Matt Belisle had been throwing in the Cardinals' pen.
You're doing a great job, by the way, Dan, with Gang's name, and I can't wait to hear you say Sokolovich and Tui Vailala.
Miguel and Sam. See, I just said their name.
No, but that's Matt and Randy, which is a lot easier. Belisle and Choate getting loose. That's Blaze Ilsley, bullpen coach for the Cardinals, does a nice job. Former major league pitcher. Got to the big leagues late in his career, so he's been a long time baseball man and loves his work.
Huge hockey fan.
Yes, he is. His job, keep those bullpen guys together, a unit, and sane.
Good luck. Walker will get the out at first base. Adams back to the bag. We'll see a pinch hitter here for Vance Worley, and that will be Neil Walker. Comes off the bench today, the switch hitter.
Pirates trying to figure out some way to score a run. I guess the question is, do you bunt and put a runner in scoring position, or do you try to play for a big inning? You just haven't been able to do much at all with guys in scoring position. Should you be giving away your outs? I think it's a reasonable question. But with Walker the pinch hitter and then the top of the order, they think that's their best shot this inning.
That's pulled foul into the second deck. Neil Walker is 2 for 7 with a couple of strikeouts against Michael Wacha. The tying run is at second base. Here's an 0-1 pitch. Fly ball, right field. Hayward makes the catch. Runner stays put. And there's 2 down. Big out there. Now do you go with Randy Choate to face Polanco?
I think your answer is coming up as Mike Matheny is headed to the mound. Here's the delivery. Really caught a lot of the plate middle in. May have gotten away with a pitch right there. And that's the kind of thing that a manager notices too. Not just getting an out, but where was the location? 100 pitches enough for Michael Wacha. A lot of strikes and a big round of applause for the 23-year-old Cardinal right-hander.
Top of the 7th, 2 outs. Interesting to see that Choate is going to face Polanco here. It's our Chevy call to the pen, and you say that because Choate struck him out on Friday night. Polanco 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts against Randy, and overall has struggled against left-handed pitching.
Oh, it's a good move to bring him in against the left-hander, and just 182, as you mentioned, against lefties. But Polanco, a young player that they want to be an everyday guy, so that they're going to just go with him and give him a chance to see if he can get better. You know, I just saw it on that last swing, and be odd to explain it, but there is a part of Polanco at the plate that reminds me of Barry Bonds when he was younger. When he first came up, there's something about his swing, the way he clears out on that swing, a little sweeping swing.
And a ground ball that's hit to second. Randy Choate sends us to the home half of the 7th. Nice work by Randy. Let's stretch on a Sunday afternoon. innings. Polanco is 1 for 3 with a double. Michael Wacha could be a winner today. Cardinals hold on 6 2/3 of shutout baseball. Matt Carpenter, solo home run. The Gateway Honda home run inning. Cardinals hit a home run. The Gateway Honda dealers will donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Peralta, Hayward, and Molina. Caminero is the new pitcher, and he is a hard thrower.
Clint Hurdle loves Caminero, and we were chatting, and he walked by the other day, and he said, you know, it's hard to believe we got him as a waiver pickup. I mean, this guy's got, he really loves him. He just thinks he's got a high ceiling. He's been pretty active, but you look at the strikeouts, 13 in 11 innings. You could become a late inning guy for Clint Hurdle.
2 balls, no strikes. Question right now for the Cardinals, who pitches the top of the 8th?
It's a good question.
Jordan Walden is on the disabled list. Normally that would be his spot. You think Seth Maness potentially, but he had an inning and 2/3 in game 2 yesterday. Now Matt Belisle was up and hot and ready to come in as Peralta hits it out of play. And
I think he's probably the choice.
Yeah, I think that too.
Kevin Segrist would be another choice, but you got right-handers coming up next inning.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Peralta lines it into center field. McCutchen sliding. The glove comes off. The ball isn't in it. And it's a single for Johnny Peralta.
Well, we've talked all series about McCutchen playing very deep in the outfield, and these are the plays that become hard. Sliding attempt. He made a catch like that early in the series. In fact, an outstanding play. Almost comes up with this one, but the ball in the glove not in the hand. That'll be a base hit. Good effort by McCutchen, but again, that's what happens when you play a very, very deep center field. You can hurt your hand on that play too. Clearly, you can see the glove kind of bend backwards. Probably better for him that the glove came off, and better for the Pirates that the glove came off.
Now Jason Hayward. Rick, it's also one of those spots for the Cardinals. If you're shorthanded with Walton, you may think about more than a 3-out save for Rosenthal.
That's another option. It's one of the reasons when you talk about pitchers having specific roles on a team, or players in that matter having a specific role, it has to always be with the understanding that that role may change. If you typecast too much and say, look, you're an 8th inning guy, that's it. Well, Matt Belisle isn't the 8th inning guy, but today he is. And all of a sudden you got to think, no, wait a minute, wonder if I can do that. Well, it's still pitching. In his mind, he's got to believe, I just got to go out and get 3 outs if it's the 4th inning, the 5th inning, or the 8th inning. So, yes, roles matter, but it always has to be with the understanding that it might change.
Oh, 2 the count on Hayward. Hit into a 4-6-3 double play, also lined out to short. Outfield is deep. You talk to managers, ideally when they get a player up, a reliever, and he's hot, you want to get him in the game. You know, you don't want him up and down and getting ready to go, as you well know.
So Belisle was up, the logical choice, but I think we could have made a case for 3 or 4 other guys, including Mitch Harris.
His role is starting to get bigger and bigger on this team.
Correct.
I think before it's all said and done, Tui Valala, his role will be a prominent one on this team.
High ceiling. Hasn't been pitcher very long. Signed as an infielder. Still learning. But very, very close to that elite level.
1-2 pitch. Way off the line at third is Gang. Outfield is deep. A 1-2 to Jason Hayward. Ground ball to second. Out there on to first and safe. I wonder if Mike Matheny is going to ask about at second base whether or not on the turn he was even close to the bag.
Well, he's at least having the conversation, and I'm not sure whether he's waiting for some word from inside the dugout whether or not they believe he was on the bag. But here's the throw, and he is off the bag.
Oh, yeah. I thought it initially when I saw it, but if you've watched baseball for a long time, you know it's the neighborhood play. I mean, 9 times out of 10, they'll give you this, but that is way off the bag.
If it's close, I think they always want to give a consideration. The umpires are going to huddle and talk about this. And the home plate umpire is Mark Wegner. He's going to come back to talk to Matheny. He was definitely safe at first base.
He's off the bag by a foot.
Mike seems to be hot about it and wants a better explanation than he's getting, and believe, Dan, that this is not a reviewable play, that there's some judgment involved in the neighborhood play. It's kind of been a bone of contention. Otherwise, Mike would just kind of have the ability to just say, hey, let's look at it. But what he saw was what you saw live and we saw on the replay, that the shortstop Mercer caught the ball off the bag.
And I'm sure Mike is saying, look, our video guys are telling us he's off the bag by a foot.
Right.
You know, this isn't a close play. This is obviously off the bag.
And Mike's wondering why nobody saw this. And there's already some little ill will towards some of the people in this crew just for the strike zone, and I think Mike's kind of venting at some of that too. But that could be a huge play in this game.
Sure could.
That the crew happened to miss this play at second base, and you know, we understand that the neighborhood play is there and was there for years, and that would never have been called 20 years ago because you're trying to protect everybody from getting hurt at second base. But this is a little bit too quick for Mercer. He was trying to get that double play and almost cost an extra base runner, and should have.
If you're the Cardinals, you might think about a hit and run here with Hayward and Molina. Hard thrower, could take it to the right side. Just something to think about.
I like it.
I've always liked Molina on this end of the hit and run. Doesn't strike out, puts the ball in play, takes it the other way. First pitch to him. Here it comes.
I mentioned earlier with Matt Carpenter in that second spot, it'll be interesting whether after kind of Matt cools off from being the best hitter on the planet, because he can't keep up that pace, whether or not there'll be times to use a hit and run with him. That's the classic hit and run spot, the second spot in the lineup. And whether Mike will want to kind of take that kind of decision out of Carpenter's hands or not remains to be seen, but he certainly would be great at the hit and run. I mean, no doubt he could do it and be successful at it. The question is, do you want him to?
A lot of room to the right side. Second baseman Harrison is near the bag, and Alvarez holding it first. 1 ball, 1 strike on Yadier Molina. Cardinals leading by the score of 1-0. Hayward was leaning and safe.
Hayward took a little lean and an extra jump there and made this play very close at the bag. There's the hand. Just barely on the bag. I wonder if he saw a little bit of the balk move from the pitcher, Archimedes Caminero. Sometimes they'll buckle that back leg, see if they can get away with it, see if they can convince a runner they're going home.
The 1-1, there goes Hayward. Hit and run was on, and it's a double play. Out there, Harrison, a strike to first, and that sends us to the 8th inning. Go to our studio and a Bomberitos Sports Update with Pat Paris. If they win today, the Astros, they'd be the 4th team with a 10-game winning streak in the first 25 games after a 90-loss season. 1986 Indians, the last to do that. Chevy called to the pen. Matt Belisle warming up.
Opportunity for Belisle. He's the guy that's going to feature a lot of sliders. And he's got a tough assignment here with 2, 3, and 4 in the Pirates order. Kevin Seager's getting loose behind him already. Here's his Hyundai Arsenal. 52% fastballs. Again, the breaking pitches. Really his best pitch.
Colton Wong is in the game at second. And Pete Kozma is at third. Now, Matt Carpenter's spot. He is due up fourth for the Cardinals. So Kozma is shifting from second to third.
Curious.
Yeah. That's hit out of play. 1-2 on Josh Harrison. Harrison is 0 for 3. Pair of ground outs. He's also flied out to right. Molina sets up outside. And the 1-2. 3-2 pitch, ground ball left side. Kozma, nice play. Throws a bullet to Adams for the out. Kia in the driver's seat. Most pitching changes this year. The Cardinals 81. Tampa Bay leads Major League Baseball 83. There is Andrew McCutchen. And a fly ball that's hit out of play. That was not an easy play for Pete Kozma to his left. So versatile, could play all over the field. And be a plus defender. McCutchen singled on an 0-2 pitch back in the first. He's flied to right center and also flied out to right. 1 for 3. Michael Wacha, 6 2/3 of scoreless baseball. Randy Choate came in and got Gregory Polanco to ground out with a runner in scoring position. And now Matt Belisle. Here's a 2-2. Outfield is deep for McCutchen. And the 3-2 pitch. Fly ball. Center field. There is Jay. 2 down. 2 big outs. You know, the surface of the move with Matt Carpenter out of the game wouldn't make a lot of sense.
No,
it just makes you wonder.
It doesn't. There's a lot of players that are very difficult to double switch with in the Cardinals lineup, and you know, it does make for some odd double switch experiences for Mike Matheny, but to have Matt Carpenter out, it does not make sense on the face of it.
Marte, a base hit into center. He's 2 for 4. Now will Mike Matheny go to Segras to face Pedro Alvarez?
I believe you just got your answer.
And that'll be it for Belisle, who gets Harrison to ground out, McCutchen to fly out, Marte the single to center field, and Kevin Segras will be the Chevy called to the pen. He'll face Pedro Alvarez when we come back. 2 outs, 1-0 lead for St. Louis. At first base, go-ahead run will come to the plate. The bullpen, remarkable. They have not allowed a run since last Monday. And the last 22 and a third innings. Siegrist against Pedro Alvarez.
Good strikeout to walk ratio for Kevin Siegrist, using his changeup more out of the bullpen, but his job right now, very simple. Well, not that simple. Get Pedro Alvarez out. 1 for 6 in his career against Kevin with a couple of strikeouts.
Pittsburgh has stranded 7 in this game today. Marte, the runner at first base. Delivery from the stretch for Siegrist. He's always working from the stretch, but with a runner on has improved. That was something they really worked on in spring training.
They really wanted him to get quicker to the plate, not such a big high leg kick. You know, you'd think left-handers would be hard to run on because they can see the runner in front of them, but sometimes they'll get the bigger leg kick and you'll just take off on first movement.
Marte had a stolen base back in the 4th inning. First pitch to Alvarez. Take it for a ball. Wonder how tempted Mike Matheny was to at least entertain the thought of Trevor Rosenthal in the 8th inning.
Middle of the order, right-handed batters. The discussion that continues in baseball about what is the most important high leverage situation that a team faces, and that's where your best should be out there.
Now, he has pitched in 3 of the last 4 games. 2 back-to-back. And I'm sure they'd love not to have to use him 3 consecutive days. A 2-0 pitch to Alvarez. On its way. 3-0. Jordy Mercer on deck. .30 pitch. And a strike. And 2 or 3 other pitches in this at bat that were better than that.
Yeah, Alvarez doesn't like this call. 3-0. Is it a strike or not? Close enough. Clint Hurdle doesn't think so.
The 3-1. And he walked him. So the tying run now in scoring position with Marte's speed. Jordy Mercer, the hitter, who is hitless today. 3rd walk for Pedro Alvarez. 2 for 23 with runners in scoring position in this series for the Pirates. Cardinals 2 for 15, by the way. So 2 on, 2 outs.
So Siegrist stays in this game for multiple reasons, Dan, with the right-hander at the plate. You've got Sokolovic and you've got Tuivailala, both with limited experience. You want to go with your guy with more experience. Walden disabled today with bicep issues, so it's up to Seagerst here in the 8th inning. Doesn't look like he's sharp with his command. Seth Maness has been used a lot. You already mentioned that, so it just limits your options here today for Mike Matheny. And this is what happens when you play day after day. The Cardinals in a stretch of, 20 straight games playing. You're going to have to use everybody sooner or later. Even Villanueva has been used a lot. Could be another option. And now the kind of the slow walk to the mound here to give the bullpen a chance to get loose. And we're told that there's an announcement from the press box that Matt Carpenter had some lightheadedness, and that explains why he left this game. We knew there had to be some reason.
Right. Didn't make any sense. Now here's Mitch Harris. I wonder if the Cardinals get out of this inning, if Mike Matheny would even entertain the idea of using Rosenthal again. He's pitched 3 out of 4 in back-to-back games. Cardinals have made an effort not to do that this year, which they did last year at times, and he wasn't quite as effective.
Well, the big stall's coming on now. Again, part of it is they're doing the pickoffs and the talks and the mound visits and all that to get Harris a chance to get loose, because Harris would probably pitch to the next hitter if Seagerst doesn't find the plate here.
1-2 on Jordy Mercer.
He's been down in the zone. Some of the calls he gets, some he doesn't. Again, the ball running back over the plate on Seagerst as it did a bit yesterday. Crowd trying to encourage the young left-hander.
The 1-2. Check swing. Yes, he did. By Budweiser, still brewed the hard way. This Bud's for you. Caminero, his second inning of work. Here's Pete Kozma.
Dan, another well-pitched ball game. Really, both sides. Worley had a good start for the Pirates. He gave up just 4 Cardinal hits, 1 walk, 6 innings of work. Michael Wacha and the Cardinals bullpen have been perfect so far with zeros. Good old-fashioned National League baseball game here this afternoon at Busch Stadium.
How about the Pirates? They have stranded 9 again today on the heels of 18 left on in Game 2.
A lot of missed chances, isn't it?
It's demoralizing.
It is.
You know, you think about what Liriano did here yesterday, and you still lose that game. Worley was fine today. The Cardinals only have 5 hits. One of those a home run by Carpenter. The 2-1.
This isn't a Pirate team that has had trouble putting the ball in play here this afternoon. Just 3 strikeouts. And that big one for Jordy Mercer, couldn't hold back on his swing against Kevin Segrist, but really just 3 strikeouts in this game. One of them was the pitcher himself. So they're putting the ball in play. They're just not finding holes.
3-2. Colton Wong on deck, and then John Jay. Right-hander is throwing in the Pittsburgh bullpen, and I believe Rosenthal now has just gotten up. Strikeout of Cosma. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Antonio Bastardo, a lefty, will face Colton Wong and John Jay. So Chevy called to the pen. Caminero records 4 outs. No damage done. 1-0 St. Louis here in the home half of the 8th. Dominantly with the Phillies, now with Pittsburgh. There's Chevy called to the pen.
One of the things you get with him is a lot of strikeouts out of the bullpen. Over 9 per 9 innings of work out of the bullpen. In fact, 81 strikeouts last year in 64 innings for the Phillies.
Here's Colton Wong, and the first pitch is swung on and missed. You wonder, as this game is only a 1-run lead for St. Louis, if the neighborhood play will loom large in the final of this afternoon's contest. It would have been runners at first and second, nobody out, and it changed the complexion of the game for the Cardinals, at least in that inning.
Well, it certainly looms important right now, and I guess whether or not it becomes an ongoing thing will be based on what the Cardinals do in the top of the 9th inning, but that would have been a great opportunity for the Cardinals to add on more runs The play at second base was missed. The neighborhood call not reviewable. Mike Matheny not happy about it, and I'm sure he'll have things to say about it. But it'll be forgotten a lot quicker if the Cardinals can nail down a victory.
But you have instant replay for so many different calls in the game, and yet that one is not reviewable. It is a judgment of the umpires. You have replay, use it for that. Here's a 1-2. But the idea of not using it was to try to protect the players.
Right, and it's part of what the whole home plate collision is all about. There's certain parts of the reviewable things that are kind of meant to be protection. I guess that's still the best word. The neighborhood play, infielders do that just to clear out, get out of the way of base runners, and it's almost been understood in the game. You know, if you're close, that's fine. Now, you know, purists would say, hey, if you're not on the base, you're not on the base. But the reason they allowed that over the years, and they're slowly starting to call it more directly, is, but the reason they allowed it, of course, again, was the protection of those middle infielders.
The Gang, Stewart, and Bastardo's spot coming up for the Pirates, looking ahead to the top of the ninth. 1-0 Cardinals. A Matt Carpenter home run in the fourth just snuck over the wall in center. The difference in this game. A 3-2 pitch again to Wong. That's driven into right center for a base hit. Good at bat by Colt Wong against a lefty.
Very nice at bat. He stayed on that pitch. Bastardo can be so tough on lefties with his breaking ball, and Wong was right on this pitch. There's the delivery. It's a fastball. Tries to get it inside. Comes over the plate just a little bit, but Wong goes and gets it. Very nice swing.
John Jay. Just seems like when he faces a lefty, he really simplifies things. And with the idea of the front shoulder staying in, going back up the middle or to left field. And he had some of the best numbers of any hitter last year against left-handed pitching.
I think there's a time in John Jay's career that you wouldn't say simple was the way to describe his swing.
Yeah.
He has simplified it. The stroke was kind of simple, but all the hand movement before wasn't. Cardinals have really kind of cut down on that, or asked him to, and he has.
Goes the other way here. It's well hit. Marte back on the track and makes the catch. John Jay has hit 3 to the track today. Mark Reynolds will be the hitter for St. Louis. So on the bench right now for the Cardinals, Peter Borges and Tony Cruz. It's a big difference in this series what the Cardinals have done late.
This is the pitcher's spot right now with the change with Wong entering the game with the double switch. Carpenter, we mentioned, for those who did not hear it, left the game with apparently some lightheadedness. And we'll certainly find out more about that on our post-game show and post-game sound. But Mark Reynolds now off the bench, a chance to add to this lead. This is why the Cardinals got him. 8th inning type at bat, chance to hit a bomb with 2 outs. 20 home runs every year he's played in the big leagues, even with some seasons with limited at bats. Yes, he strikes out, but when he hits them.
Wong reads it very well, diving into second base. He's in scoring position. It was just a week ago that Reynolds picked up his first Cardinal home run, and I mean a long one in Milwaukee.
So your read hits the dirt, you get that extra step, and I think the Cardinals have been preaching for a long time. In fact, a lot of teams in baseball are doing it now. You see the ball in the dirt, go. The odds of the catcher finding it quickly enough, picking it up, throwing flat-footed, and getting you out are very slim.
Here's a 1-1. 2-1 pitch. Now 2-2. Holiday on deck. Reminder, tomorrow at 6, the Hall of Fame announcement. The class of 2015 for the Cardinals Hall of Fame. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock, the Cards and the Cubs. A 2-2 to Reynolds. Stayed away, full count. Colton Wong, the runner at second base. 3-2 pitch to Mark Reynolds. Here it comes. Brings up Holiday.
That's a good at bat for Reynolds. He just did not chase. No right-hander getting loose for the Pirates.
Bit surprised at that.
I am. We saw Scahill yesterday. Melanson, their closer, haven't seen him in this series. They also have a right-hander, Liz. But they're going to go with Bastardo against Matt Holliday. Boy, tough assignment.
It's the 6th walk that Reynolds has received this year in 35 at-bats. And Holliday can do some damage here. 2 outs, 2 on. First pitch to him. Popped up to the right side. Alvarez called off, and the catch made by Harrison. Cardinals strand 2. That sends us to the 9th. Another tight ball game. Redbirds 3 outs away from a sweep. Cardinals on top, looking for a sweep. And Trevor Rosenthal will pitch 3rd consecutive game. And 4 out of 5 today. The Cardinals win this game. Pittsburgh 6.5 games out already. First pitch is a fly ball. Deep left center. Off the bat of Gang, and this game is tied.
We hadn't seen very much from Gang yet, but boy, did he show some power there. He jumps on the first pitch. Bit of a rolling curveball from Trevor Rosenthal. First pitch, and he's on it. No doubter.
One game. Here's Chris Stewart. Rosenthal has pitched in 3 consecutive games one time this year, with 2 of those in Washington and the other against Milwaukee. That's hit down the right field line, slicing foul and out of play.
First blown save of the season for Trevor Rosenthal. Spoils Michael Wacha's opportunity to win his 5th game of the season. And the first run the Cardinals bullpen has given up in a very, very long time.
Since Monday. Melanson, the closer of the Pirates, getting loose. And a 1-0-2 pitch to Stewart is fouled back. Chris Stewart getting the start today behind the plate. Single to right. He has sacrificed and also popped out to second.
Cardinals have had 3 straight walk-off victories against the Pittsburgh Pirates here at Busch Stadium. The last 3 times they played them. And you wonder if things are setting up for number 4.
Held on to by Molina. Strikeout for Rosenthal. Andrew Lambeau will be the pinch hitter. They've already used Neil Walker off their bench.
0 for 11 as a pinch hitter so far off the bench, and it's one of those numbers that scares you a little bit. It's like, wait a minute.
The do factor.
Yeah, exactly.
So 1 out, nobody on. Cardinals, by the way, will have Adams, Peralta, Hayward due up in the bottom of the 9th. No balls and 2 strikes. And a called 3rd strike. So back-to-back Ks after the home run.
Well, Rosenthal actually looks fairly sharp with his stuff today. Take that first pitch back, that little curveball that he was just starting off Gang with, and he looked bad on some breaking balls earlier in this game, and I think that was the thought of why you went with him, but it just rolled a little bit, and the spot wasn't so bad, but it just didn't have that sharp break to it, more of a get me over curveball, and we saw what happened.
Gregory Polanco.
Again, the Cardinals bullpen set up a little bit better to throw multiple innings in extra innings. You're a little less worried about that than you're worried about. We were a little more concerned about how to handle the 8th and 9th, but it's not like there's not a lot of innings left in the bullpen here.
Villanueva, Harris, Manus, Sokolovic, Tuivalala.
Exactly.
Two balls and 1 strike. Polanco twice is grounded to second. He's doubled and struck out. Liner, base hit into right over Wong. Now the speed of Polanco becomes a factor.
Last 5 times that Trevor Rosenthal has pitched 3 days in a row, going back to a year ago, last May, 3 saves, but 2 losses in there. So there are times where you're rolling the dice with that. But the Cardinals certainly limited today. Jordan Walden not being available really the last few days has changed the way the late innings look.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Josh Harrison. Harrison has been late a lot in this series. Now, that pitch at 97 miles an hour, I get it.
Understand, right.
However, generally speaking, he's late on some pitches.
Feeling for a swing, isn't he? You could almost see a
good way to put it.
Two-parter. It's like he's just not letting it go.
Pops it up into shallow center. Jay coming on. Calls off Colton Wong. He's there. The Pirates have tied it up 1-1. We head to the bottom of the ninth. And what do you know? Matt Adams leads it off. Could he walk it off again? He did it against the Pirates a year ago. We'll find out. Bottom of the ninth rolls in when we come back. Chicago. Then the off day Thursday for the Pirates is not pitched in this series against the Cardinals.
We saw him early in his career with the Astros, played some in the American League too, and there's Gang, the third baseman for the Pirates, that tied the game in the top of the ninth inning. A first pitch, his first major league home run off of Trevor Rosenthal, and maybe setting up some walk-off heroics here in the bottom of the ninth.
The shift here for Adams. First pitch to him. Outfield deep, a 1-0. 1 ball and 1 strike. Walk-off in 3 consecutive games. Cardinals have done it 7 times. The most recent back in 2000.
I'd remember this stat about Melanson. We've seen 2 home runs in this game. Would we get another one? He's a guy that doesn't give up very many. A year ago, 72 games. Well, last 2 years, 72 games for the Pirates. 142 innings. He's given up just 3 home runs out of the bullpen. Keeps the ball in the ballpark.
The 1-2. Adams pops it up and foul out of play.
Maybe the do factor again, Dan.
Boy, if you're a baseball fan, you have to love what you've seen in this series.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this has been great baseball. Here we are in early May. Tight games, well pitched, drama. The 1-2.
Ooh. And we've had games, maybe a pitch to hit there, Dan. We've had games where the fans have stayed around, and even the extra inning game that we had. I mean, there are fun moments that are happening here at the ballpark, and big crowd still on hand here. Maybe for this ninth inning fun we're going to see. Where's John Jay when you need him?
There's a strikeout of Adams. Began our telecast talking about how Jay's always, it seems like, involved in walk-off wins one way or another for the Cardinals.
Guess we'll have to wait to the 10th. Think John Jay watched our open?
He doesn't miss a beat. Cardinals have struck out 7 times today. There it is, right in the middle of things, John Jay.
$14 walk-offs since 2013, and 8 times on base in 8 playoff or plate appearances during those walk-offs. That's pretty impressive.
Oh, 1 pitch to Peralta. Good late movement.
How do you not give up home runs? You stay away from the middle of the plate. Keep the ball down, and that late movement helps. Hard to square it up against Melanson.
54 saves as a Pirate for Melanson. The fly ball lifted into right. And it'll stay in the ballpark, and the catch is made. 2 down. Shift put on for Jason Hayward against Melanson. Outfield deep. First pitch to him. Here's the 0-1. Hayward hits it the other way. Deep, but it stays in the ballpark. Catch made on the track. Gave it a ride. Extra innings coming up. 10th inning rolls in when we come back.
beautiful afternoon for baseball here at Busch Stadium, and the Cardinals will send their 6th pitcher to the mound, and Mitch Harris. He's our Chevy called to the bullpen. 4 scoreless appearances for Lieutenant Harris. The Cardinals trying to regroup after losing the lead in the 9th inning. 2 home runs in this game, solo shots. Matt Carpenter hit his in the 4th inning to give the Cardinals a 1-0 lead, and then Jung Ho Gang homered in the top of the 9th. Peter Borges, John Jay moves to right field, Borges to center, and that leaves just Tony Cruz on the Cardinals bench. And the Pirates will have 3, 4, and 5 here in the top of the 10th. McCutchen 1 for 4. Had a base hit off the Cardinals starter Michael Wacha, who pitched very well here this afternoon. 6 2/3 of scoreless baseball, giving up just 5 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts for Wacha. And Harris, working out of the stretch, will face McCutchen.
And the first pitch is taken for a ball. I don't know about you, but when I see Mitch Harris wearing that number 40, I think Andy Bennis.
I do too.
He's kind of got the big body,
broad shoulders.
You bet. Well, there's some good movement on that pitch.
He's got a little split that has that last minute movement to it, and that was unhittable.
Here's a 1-1. Mitch was telling us the other day he's been called up to the big leagues, and the amount of requests that he's gotten from military folks or even those around the game of baseball, it's been incredible. Never used the word overwhelming, but I'm sure it's been overwhelming for him.
Well, it's a lot to bear, but a man that served his country the way he did probably used to bearing a lot of burdens. And I had a chance to visit with him before the game today. I told him about a neighbor friend of mine who had said that he'd served with him. I gave him a name, and about 5 minutes later he produced a picture of my friend on his cell phone.
Is that right?
I said, oh yeah, I remember him. Hold on a minute. Came up with a picture, and there he was.
What a great story it is. Naval Academy to the big leagues. A 3-2 pitch for Andrew McCutchen. Hits it the other way down the right field line, out of play. There are certain people that you just pull for in the game, whether they're on your team or the team that you're cheering against. You just say, I hope that guy has success. He's one of them.
29-year-old right-hander, pitching at the highest level after losing all of those seasons. I was told at one point, Dan, that most scouts and general managers would say that a pitcher is at his maximum best when he's 27 years of age. You kind of get better up till then you kind of get worse, and he missed all of those years working towards age 27.
3-2, fly ball into right. And the catch is made.
I was told that stat when I was 27, so I think they were trying to tell me something. And it was, in fact, true.
No. As we said the other day, you enjoyed a very good career.
Oh, I'm thankful for it, but I'm just saying there's something at 27 that changed things a bit.
Mitch Harris, the 6th pitcher used by the Cardinals today. Here's Marte. And he's throwing hard. I mean, he's hit 95, 96 on the gun.
Exactly.
I had a couple of scouts tell me they feel that the gun here is actually slow.
Up to 2 miles an hour slow.
Starling Marte at the plate. Popped up. Playable. This is Cosma. With the double switch of Hayward out, Harris can give you multiple innings if need be. Cardinals will have Molina, Cosma, and Colton Wong due up in the bottom of the 10th.
And then John Jay.
Continue that theme. Pedro Alvarez.
Called foreshadowing.
Alvarez with 3 walks, and he is also lined out. (2-0). Even though Alvarez is only hitting .216,
they're being careful, aren't
you
they?
bet. They've showed that they are going to pitch him very carefully.
Yachty's setting up off the plate even.
2-1. Alvarez, with his tremendous power, can take that outside pitch and to hit it out of the ballpark to left. Very good opposite field power. Again, Molina sets up outside, the 2-1. 3-1. This may be how a lot of teams approach Alvarez. No disrespect to Jordy Mercer, but he's not in the middle of the lineup. Mercer on deck. 3-1. And they walk him for the 4th time.
I understand the respect for his power, but the flip side of that is you're a double way from being down in this game. A double into the gap. And I'm not a big fan of walking guys late in the game unless it's absolutely necessary. And I think with 2 outs and nobody on, I think I'd have been a little more aggressive with Alvarez.
The Pirates have received 4 walks, all going to Pedro Alvarez. Now Jordy Mercer. Mercer is 0 for 4. And that's a base hit into left center. Alvarez, the turn at second base, stops there. So the go-ahead run in scoring position.
It's almost like you concede the start of a rally by pitching around somebody like that. And I'm not, I understand it. I get you don't want Alvarez to beat you. Anybody seen Alvarez hit against the Cardinals over the last 4 years certainly understands why he's walked 4 times in this game.
Jung Ho Gang, who tied it with a solo home run in the 9th off of Rosenthal, will bat with 2 runners on, 2 outs here in the top of the 10th. First pitch to him. Taken for a strike. Gang 2 for 4 today. Got the start at third base. First start in this series.
So if this gun is 2 miles an hour slow, Mitch Harris is rushing it up there.
Here's the 0-1. Now 0-2. And a nice play made by a fan down the right field line. Well, now 2 strikes. Harris trying to send this tie to the bottom of the 10th. The 1-2. 2-2. Stewart on deck.
Board just very shallow in center field. I mean, there at this point, and even in right field, John Jay. Cardinals are saying, boy, if you can get a hold of one and hit it over our head, you've earned it. But if you get a base hit somewhere in the outfield, the center or right, left field, we're not going to let you just waltz home. John Jay is as shallow as you would be for the other team's pitcher in right.
The 2-2 on a hop hit to short. Force play. Molina, Cosma, and Wong, and another chance to win it when we come back. former Colorado Rocky, now in his first year with the Pirates. This will be his 9th appearance. Off to a good start in 8 1/3 and an ERA just over 1. Cardinals have Molina, Cosma, and Colton Wong due up here in the bottom of the 10th. Clint Hurdle has seen his club strand 30 the last 2 days.
Cahill gave up that base hit to Matt Adams when the Cardinals won that game 2-1 in 10 innings.
How'd we get here? That's Matt Carpenter and his 4th home run. That made it 1-0 St. Louis. Then in the 9th, first pitch by Rosenthal. Gang parked it in the seats to tie it up. And his first major league home run. So Molina leads it off. He's hit into a double play, fly to right, and also walked. Cardinals just 6 hits here today.
Double switch for the Pirates. Sean Rodriguez in the game to play second base, so Harrison moves to third. And Gang out of this game. And Rodriguez will hit in the 9th spot if there's an 11th. Cardinal fans and Cardinal players hoping there is not an 11th.
On the bench, position player wise for St. Louis. Only player left, Tony Cruz. Here's an 0-2. And a strikeout of Yadier Molina. It was Cosma who got it all going yesterday. After Borges was picked off, Cosma base hit. Cardinals eventually won the ball game. St. Louis has struck out 8 times in this game. Pete has struck out twice and also flied out to right. One out, nobody on, and a strike 2, Cosma. The 0-1 pitch. Cosma to short. 2 down.
I think the script includes a double and a base hit right now, Dan, if I'm reading the script correctly. Did you get a copy of it?
I did.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's page 117 of the script. And let's hope that Colton Wong studied his lines.
Colton Wong with a base hit off the lefty Bastardo back in the 8th inning. Outfield deep, first pitch to him. Colton Wong a year ago, back-to-back nights. Cardinals with walk-off homers to win it. Now the 1-1. 2-1. John Jay on deck. It's sharply to second. Rodriguez, a backhanded play. Dandy play at second base. The ball finds you right in the game. We head to the 11th. all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. Second inning of work for Mitch Harris. Stewart, Rodriguez, and Polanco due up for the Pirates here in inning number 11. Pirates are down to 2 position players available, Corey Hart and Francisco Cervelli. One and one the count. Mitch Harris allowed a walk and a base hit in the top of the 10th, but pitched out of trouble. 1-2. Broken bat. Hit too short. Peralta makes the play. Stewart retired.
We mentioned Sean Rodriguez, his father, a Cardinal minor league manager, has done a great job. Johnny Rodriguez, what we've seen from Sean is a desire to swing at that first pitch. So we'll see if he does that against Mitch Harris. Clearly the Cardinals have noticed that. He's come out swinging off the bench.
2 hits the other night off the bench. There's a broken bat again down the left field line, and that will drop foul.
Again, I mentioned I talked to Johnny in spring training about his son, and he was telling me at the time, and he was congratulating him because he'd had such a great season. Johnny had the season before, and talking about watching his son playing on TV one game. He said I got tears in my eyes watching him play. It was the most exciting thing that I've ever seen in my life. Him hit. Now he had a home run, and he got a chance to see it. And as he was telling the story to me, he had tears in his eyes.
That's great. Johnny is in his first season. He's the manager of State College. That's the Spikes. A ball. And Sean, with the Pirates, made his major league debut at the Los Angeles Angels back in 2008. Johnny, his father, started out in the Yankees organization. He was with the Expos, worked at the University of Miami. And there's a base hit past the diving Colton Wong and into right field. What a series here for Rodriguez off the bench.
Had very good at bats, taking the ball the other way. Good attempt by Colton Wong. Lays out, it just barely misses it. That would have been some play. Love the effort though.
Here's Polanco, who's grounded out to second, double to left center, struck out on a curveball in the 5th, grounded out against Randy Choate in the 7th, and a single in the 9th. Mitch Harris, the 6th pitcher used by the Cardinals today. Cardinals have the top of the lineup, looking ahead to the bottom of the 11th. With Jay, Borges, and Holiday. So Pittsburgh is stranded 12 today. In back-to-back games combined, they've left 30 on. 1-0 popped up. Right field, there's John Jay. Makes the catch for out number 2.
Boy, you got the feeling he just missed that pitch. He had a good swing at it and got underneath it just a little bit. Mitch may be fortunate on this delivery. Here's the swing. Tacks that pitch and just underneath it a bit.
Josh Harrison with 2 outs. He is 0 for 5 today, now hitting .191. No activity in either bullpen. I guess if you're Mike Matheny, if you get through this, you're starting to think, okay, how long can we go with Mitch Harris?
I wouldn't think you'd go 3 innings with him. I guess we'll find out. But you still have a couple options left in your bullpen, although both those guys, you think about especially Tuivailala, he's been a 1-inning guy. He's a closer. AAA, 3 for 3 in save opportunities for Memphis, off to a good start this season, but you wouldn't think you'd want to use him multiple innings.
0-2.
Sokolovich, maybe. A couple of innings for him. Also depends on the ease that Mitch Harris gets through innings. If the pitch count stays low, maybe another one.
The crowd comes alive. No balls and 2 strikes on Josh Harrison. Another check and another good pick by Adams.
Rodriguez steals about 10 to 15 bases a year, so he's got good speed. For a part-time player, that's a high number. Cardinals paying attention to him. Of course, you still have Yachty behind the plate, but I think it's good to run on an 0-2 count just to press it. The hitter's already in the hole. Why not? Force something. Cardinals trying to get an indication of whether they think he'll go. The other thing you can do is pitch out potentially, but you're ahead 0-2. I'd rather just go after the hitter.
And he got him. A strikeout for Mitch Harris. 2 scoreless innings. of the lineup for the Cardinals, Peter Borges and Matt Holliday. This season, the Cardinals split with the Cubs, 1 game apiece, and since that time they've won every series they played in. Jun-Ho Yang, the first Pirates player with a game-tying home run on the road in the ninth of a 1-0 game since Brian Harper in 1982. So it doesn't happen often.
Brian Harper played some with the Cardinals.
Popped up, and the catch made. So John Jay is the first out. Second inning of work for Scahill. Nobody throwing in the Cardinals' pen, so Mitch Harris will have 1 more inning.
Here's your answer. Jay, by the way, had been so good in the 7th inning or later. 360 batting average. Doesn't get a hit there, but still in a good part of the order for St. Louis.
First pitch to Peter Borges, who was picked off at second base, but you move on. Cardinals won the game late yesterday. He's off the hook. Here's a 1-0. His at-bats have been 1,000 times better than what we saw in spring training and at times last year.
Yeah, much better. Shorter swing. Using the right side of the field. He has surprising power.
He does. Scahill has struck out 2, and he's picked up 5 outs, 5 up, 5 down. Well, for those of you just joining us, Matt Carpenter left the game. I guess it was dizziness is what they said.
Right.
So 9 strikeouts, Cardinal batters today. Last walk-off home run for Holliday against the Cubs in 2009. 2 outs, nobody on. Three for 3, a homer against Scahill.
So will the Pirates be as careful with Holliday as the Cardinals were with Alvarez? You know, I'm looking a little more closely at the innings left out of the Cardinals' pen, and there are not a whole lot, considering Seth Maness has pitched 3 days in a row.
Here's a 1-1. Now 1-2.
You mentioned Harris will go back out for a 3rd inning, and I'm sure that's part of the reason why.
One-two pitch to Holliday. The 2-2 on its way.
Looked like a good pitch to hit there for Matt Holliday. Just missed it. Just came off it a bit. I wouldn't throw that same pitch again.
Shadows now near the home plate area. Late in the afternoon here in St. Louis. A 2-2. Matt Adams is on deck. Tony Watson, Jared Hughes, who pitched yesterday, Radames Lees, all left in the pen for the Pirates. Here's a 3-2.
We start to think about scenarios, Dan, in games like this, and it could happen here. Holiday gets a double, Adam gets on. Then do you walk Peralta to force Mike Matheny's hand? He's only got one bench player left. Now, again, that's a lot of steps down the road, but it's what you have to think about if you're Clint Hurdle and Mike Matheny right now.
A 3-2. Good at bat by Holiday. Winning run is aboard.
And the reason you think about it now is the distance between now and when it actually happens might be shorter than you think.
Yeah.
I mean, a base hit here, and that's exactly what you're facing, is Peralta as the next hitter, and then Harris. And I don't know what you do if you're Mike Matheny. Do you let Harris hit?
I think they're talking about that scenario right now.
I bet they are. It's a bench coach's job. Kind of a split duties with the Pirates. They don't really have a bench coach. They just have multiple guys that help with specific things, including Brad Fisher, who I played for in Puerto Rico years ago. Got to connect with him before the game. He's really the guy that's in charge of giving most of the details to Clint Hurdle. But it's really a group project.
That is the shift. Goodness. 2 outs, 1 on. And that pitch taken high by Matt Adams. Now, going back to your point from earlier in the game, Adams is adept at going the other way.
Right.
The 1-0.
I think the question about whether or not Matt Adams can or should bunt in situations with the shift on has kind of been made moot because he hasn't shown he's accomplished at bunting yet. And I think if he was better at it, you might say, you get a guy in scoring position. Yes, he's a power hitter. I'd rather have him swing, but at least it would make it more of a question.
Tui Valala now warming up in the pen.
So Mike Matheny looking ahead to that possibility that we were just talking about. Maybe Harris would have to hit with the bases loaded, and they would use Tony Cruz.
The 2-1. 2-2.
And again, thinking ahead for Mike Matheny, if you do that, you've got to find a way to keep Cruz in the game after the pinch hit. Let him catch, put Molina at first base, let's say, and put the pitcher's spot in Adams' spot. That's what I would do. That's a lot of ifs.
The 2-2. Now 3-2. Polanco is as deep and right as you could play in this ballpark. He's almost on the track. Holiday is off with this pitch. With the outfield as deep as they are, ball in the gap, you'd still think it would be hard to score because of their speed and how deep they're playing. Good numbers in extra innings. Now they'll play behind Holiday. He can have a good jump here. Time is called. Adams, base hit into right. Holiday on his way to third. Here is the scenario you said may unfold. A lot of ifs. Well, here we go. We're at that point.
So Clint Hurdle has to be ready for this. And then Mike Matheny has to be ready for this. I have no doubt that that isn't the case with both these guys. But Matt Adams adds to the drama by this hit that almost hits his teammate. Holiday has to get out of the way. Wow. So do you walk Johnny Peralta?
Pirates are going to talk about it right here.
Tony Cruz, last man standing on the Cardinals bench, is in the on-deck circle. There's the spin of the breaking ball. Hung a little bit.
One of those scenarios unfolding that you talked about, Rick. Maybe you say, all right, we'll go after Peralta early, then potentially walk him if we fall behind, or we just intentionally walk him. And that's what they're going to do. So the Cardinals will be out of position players once Tony Cruz hits. Well, you predicted the home run earlier by Carpenter. You predicted that this scenario may unfold. What are you predicting with Tony Cruz? And it better be positive.
I'm predicting a walk.
Really?
Yeah, you know, there's some. The reason I say that, there are times where you do an intentional walk that throws you off your rhythm a little bit. I mean, I know it's a little thing, and it also creates this stressful situation with the bases loaded now facing a pinch hitter that sometimes you start to pick a little bit.
Cruz is 1 for 3 following an intentional walk.
So a walk-off Cardinal winner. Is that
potentially
okay?
The third consecutive walk-off win.
We've seen walk-off walks before. Mike Matheny had one in his career.
Saw a hit by pitch last year with Greg Garcia against the Cubs.
That's a lot more ifs, Danny.
Bases loaded. Scahill against Cruz. Good cut. Fouled back by Tony. Tui Valala would be the next pitcher if we head to the 12th. 2 outs, bases loaded. The 0-1 to Tony Cruz. Here it comes. Now 0-2.
A little over anxious on that swing. Might have been out of the zone, but you like to have a guy coming off the bench ready to swing the bat. A walk doesn't seem likely now.
The 0-2. One-two pitch to Cruz. We'll do it again.
If Tony Cruz does not come through, you've got another factor to think about if you're Mike Matheny. Yes, I could keep Cruz and Molina in the game at the same time, but which one do I catch? The rookie Sam Tuivailala. Maybe you'd rather have Molina behind the plate. You find another place for Tony Cruz, double switch in a different way. Cruz can play other places. That'll be interesting to see.
I was thinking the same thing.
But again, maybe a moot point if Tony comes through here.
The 1-2. 2-2. 14 of his 17 RBIs last year came with 2 outs for Tony Cruz.
Two and two, bases loaded. The plate gets smaller.
A 2-2. Good at bat here by Tony. Winning run is Holiday down at third. The 2-2. Cruz with a fly ball. Shallow center. Who wants it? Catch made. Rodriguez. Sam Tuivailala coming on when we come back. For Sam Tuivailala, the closer down in Memphis. We saw him in the big leagues last year, tail end of last season. Converted from shortstop to pitcher in 2012. And here he is as he made that conversion and did it quite well. Hard thrower. His major league debut was September 9th of 2014 at Cincinnati at the age of 21. He led all minor league pitchers. Nearly 15 strikeouts per 9 innings last year. He is a hard thrower, triple digits. And the Cardinals, we were thinking, you know, with Tony Cruz, maybe go to the outfield, first base, third base somewhere, because he is your backup to Yadier Molina. Cardinals out of position players, so Pete Kozma, who's your third baseman, is your backup catcher right now.
Exactly. Went from emergency catcher to kind of the third catcher for a while. Now he's back to being the backup catcher for this game as we go to the 12th inning, and hopefully we won't have to deal with that. But I'm excited to watch Tuivailala pitch. He maybe wasn't quite polished enough a year ago, but showed signs of having that live arm. And by the way, he says his name Tuivailala, but he said everybody says Tuivailala, and that's fine. That's more of his kind of Polynesian heritage. The correct way is really Tuivailala. That's the way some of his friends would say it, but he says, you can call me whatever you want. Again, I think Sam's a lot easier.
I agree. First pitch, McCutchen pulls it foul. And we're underway here at the top of the 12th. Tuivailala committed to Fresno State before signing with the Cardinals. He was with me on the Caravan this last winter and was outstanding with the fans. Very gracious, fun to talk to. TV does not do it justice. He is a big guy too. He's put together. 6'3", nearly 200 pounds.
Last pitch at 96.
Right. 0-2 pitch. McCutchen with a fly ball. Left center. Holiday with room. One away.
Pretty good swing at an 0-2 pitch right there. That pitch maybe got a little bit too much at the plate. I think he thought he could throw it by McCutchen, and he almost didn't.
I think what you find here at this level, you know, these guys, bottom line, they can catch up to fastballs. I mean, you've seen it, Rick, and if you don't develop a secondary pitch, your stay in the big leagues will be short. There's a fastball to Starling Marte. Marte with a pair of base hits. 2 for 5 today. Here's a breaking ball.
We've seen some guys develop what we like to call secondary pitches, meaning just, okay, that's not your primary pitch, but we've seen people develop a secondary pitch that became their primary pitch. Maybe a split, maybe a slider. So you can get the hitter thinking you've got 2 or 3 ways to get them out. You've made a big jump. Good pitch there from Sam.
The 1-2. He told us that in the appearance that he had in Cincinnati last year, everything was going so fast for him. Remember, he began the season at A-ball. There he was in the major leagues. May have rushed a little bit, he said, but the experience of just getting the call up, being around a big league club, the travel, invaluable.
Only 3 hits in 9 innings of work this year in AAA. A lot of strikeouts.
On the inside corner and a strikeout of Starling Marte.
Marte's walking back to the dugout saying, I didn't think he had a curveball. Wait a minute. Let me get that scouting report out. May have been off the plate. May have just tipped that inside corner.
Just put on the lights here at the ballpark, and here is Pedro Alvarez. Your Mike Matheny, and you mentioned it, there are limited innings that they have in their pen.
And again, Clint Hurdle forced 1 less inning because you know you had at least 1 more for Mitch Harris. But Mike could not pass up the opportunity to have Tony Cruz pinch hit with the bases loaded. So Hurdle's made the Cardinals bullpen a little smaller.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Man, that had some hop on it.
Yes, it did. You know, some of the crowd is headed home, so you don't hear the crowd as much right now. We can hear it up here, the sizzle of the baseball.
Oh, yeah.
He is humming it. The 1-1. That is launched. Right field and gone. Home run, Pedro Alvarez.
And that had some sizzle on it, too. This is what the Cardinals feared, Dan, in the 8th and in the 10th when they walked Alvarez. Maybe even back to the 6th when they walked him with 2 outs and nobody on. Alvarez has been a Cardinal killer, and this is a game of home runs. And right now, the Pirates have a 2-1 lead with that swing of the bat.
5th home run for Pedro. Here's Jordy Mercer with 2 outs. And there's a strike. So Tui Villalba got the first 2 that he saw. There's a breaking ball. Popped up. Jay near the line and makes the catch in fair territory. Pedro Alvarez puts the Pirates on top, 2-1. Now a solo shot by Pedro Alvarez in the top of the 12th. And the Pittsburgh Pirates with a 2-1 lead. Alvarez, his 5th home run. James Liz, our Chevy called to the bullpen. 6th appearance, and Yadier Molina leads it off.
Save opportunity for him. He'll face Molina, Cosmo, Wong. And there's that guy again. Maybe John Jay. Haven't lost heart, Danny.
No, sir.
You know, we talked about this being a game of home runs potentially today. Both staffs do not give up a lot of home runs, but the ball was flying early. And that's what we've had. 3 runs in this game, 3 home runs. And how about that? Perfect way to start off the bottom of the 12th.
So the tying run is aboard. You know, in situations like this, sometimes you'd say, okay, would you pinch run for Molina? Well, you can't.
No, you can't.
The backup catcher is Tony Cruz. He's already been used, and there's no available position player for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the 12th.
You'd have to run a pitcher.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's another thought that's going through both managers' minds right now. If the Cardinals tie this up, what pitchers do I have to perform different roles of my starters, and where might I use them? You've got to start thinking about plan B.
Here's Cosma. Do you think about the bunt here with Pete?
Normally play for a tie at home, win on the road. That's kind of the old school way of looking at it. It's an option.
0-1 pitch to Pete Cosma instead of check on Molina.
The hard part is the bunt. You know, Yadi obviously not the fastest Cardinal. The bunt would have to be perfect to get him over, and you don't want to give up outs when you're trying to tie a game in the 12th. So last sacrifice bunt for Cosma, long time ago.
Pete had no home runs a year ago. And it's hit slowly to second. Rodriguez does get Molina. So they do get the lead man. And it brings in Colton Wong.
Well, now you got the base runner you want on board with Pete Cosma, but you've given up an out to do it. Cardinals team has had a lot of magic in the early going of this season, and can we handle one more of those?
Absolutely.
Just checking.
Short lead at first by Cosma. You think about the potential of a steal with him. 1 out. Wong, base hit, left center. Cosma on his way to third. Wong stops at first, and the Cardinals have the tying run 90 feet away. The winning run at first base.
And guess who's coming to the plate? Cosma with good speed. So important for him to be able to go first to third on that bullet off the bat of Colton Wong. And we mentioned the walk-offs. We've done it twice so far in this game. Talked about the walk-off moments that John Jay has had over the past few years.
Runners at the corners. This team just does not quit. 1 out. First pitch to Jay. I think anybody that's been around the club day in and day out, Mike Matheny, John Mozeliak, that's one trait of this club they really have appreciated early on. They grind through games. That's what they're doing here today.
Danny, I mentioned the ifs again, but the ifs have become even closer to reality now for both managers. Can Lance Lynn play right field? Can Carlos Martinez play second base? I mean, that's what you have to be thinking about right now. And which of them can pinch hit? And who bunts the best?
One 1-0 pitch to Jay. Now 2-0. Peter Borges on deck. it's a gamble, but do you think about sending Wong?
I think you think about it. Chris Maloney talking to him now. Better get a good jump. You better be safe. RBI situation here for John Jay.
2-0 pitch. 3-0. No activity in the Pirates' pen.
And I don't think you do it now. I think you just let John Jay, he's ahead in the count, give him a chance to do what he does at the plate. He is now in the driver's seat with Liz.
The 3-0. He walked him. Bases loaded. Base hit could win it. The last 3 games against the Pirates here at Busch Stadium, the Cardinals have had walk-off wins. They're looking for their 3rd consecutive walk-off in this series. Bases are loaded. Peter Borges will be the hitter. He struck out back in the 11th.
And credit the bat of Yadier Molina and Colton Wong for making this a possibility here and for giving Borges this opportunity. It's not just the first hit of the inning, but it's that one that keeps it going, that extends it. In my mind, Colton Wong's hit huge in this game. Cosma, his legs able to go first to third.
It was September 3rd. Peter Borges scoring. Yadier Molina. That dramatic win for St. Louis. Pete Cosma, Colton Wong, John Jay, all good speed for St. Louis. And good speed at the plate, too, at Borges.
And Liz has to find a way to throw a strike, too.
Bases loaded. 1 out, first pitch, Peter Borges. Off-speed pitch and a strike.
He's having trouble throwing his fastball over the plate, so often a pitcher will throw something different just to see if he can get himself back on track.
Here's the 0-1. Ooh, almost put it to the backstop.
Oh, my.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Wow, that was some play by Stewart.
We talk about a breaking ball, the spin, and you're not sure where that baby's going as a catcher. You just got to get your body out there. Here's a 1-1 to Borges. On its way. Holiday is on deck. Will we see him? 1 ball, 2 strikes on Peter Borges. Here it comes. You know, it's interesting, Rick. More times than not, the opposing pitcher with Peter Borges will throw that breaking ball. And you mentioned he's having trouble with the fastball. You're Peter, are you just looking for that?
Well, I think you always have to look fastball and adjust to a curveball, because if you look for the curveball, you will not catch up to the fastball. But be ready for both. You have to protect here, put the ball in play, good speed everywhere on the bases.
2-2.
You mentioned it, Dan. The Cosma at third. You've got Colton Wong, potential winning run at second base. You've got the guys out there you want, and the guy at the plate who's awful difficult to double up.
The 2-2. We'll do it again. Another 2-2 pitch to Peter Borges. Good at bat by Peter. Seven pitch at bat for Borges. If you're just joining us, we are in the bottom of the 12th. Cardinals led 1-0 until the 9th. Pirates tied it up with a solo home run. Alvarez then a solo home run in the top of this inning to give them the lead 2-1. Here's a 2-2 pitch with the bases loaded. And he did not go.
So
full
close.
count. How much fun is this?
Good restraint for Borges, and this is a blast right now. Fans loving it here.
Bases loaded. 3-2 pitch. Borges off the glove of the third baseman. This game is tied. Harrison saved the game, but this is tied now at 2-2. In steps Matt Holliday. Base hit for Borges and an RBI to tie it up. Harrison, a tremendous play just to get a glove on it. If it's past him, this game's over.
What a great moment. Borges, terrific at bat. He holds up on the 2-2, then pulls this one down the line, and there's Harrison saving the day. Cosma tying the game. Way to go, Peter Borges.
Now you have the infield in with a guy that can hit rockets, but now they move the middle infield back for the potential of the double play. Bases loaded, one out, 2-2 now your score. Here it comes. Popped up. Will it get out of play? It will. Matt Holliday has walked. That was back in the 11th. And he's 0 for 4.
Outfield fly ball. That's what you want right here. Outfield extremely shallow as they should be. Good arms everywhere in the outfield for Pittsburgh.
The 0-1. Almost hit him. 1 ball, 1 strike. Friday night, Matt Adams, walk-off single in the 10th. The Cardinals, a sacrifice fly by Matt Carpenter in the 11th yesterday. Well, today, we've got 12 innings. The 1-1 to Holliday. Tough pitch to take. 2-1 the count.
Hitters count. Drive the ball in the outfield. That's the plan.
The 2-1. Now 3-1.
This place is loud.
The 3-1 pitch. Bases loaded. The 3-2 to Matt Holliday. Here she comes. Oh, and a strikeout of Holliday. Now 2 outs, and the hitter will be Matt Adams.
Boy, Liz came up big there. He did not get the call on the curveball, inner half, and somehow comes back to strike out Matt Holliday. His work's not done yet. He has to contend with Matt Adams.
Adams, the hero on Friday night. First pitch. Adams, a ground ball right side. Alvarez diving for it and makes the play. Liz on the bag, and the Cardinals strand the bases loaded, but they tie it up 2-2 as we head to the 13th. Holiday with the bases loaded. Well, they eventually struck out.
Well, there's 3 Pirates that saved the game in the 12th inning. The first one was Harrison on the dive on the hit by Borges that could have gone in the left field corner. Game over. Then it's Liz trying to work to Matt Holliday, strikes him out. He saves the game. And then Pedro Alvarez with a diving play at first base. 3 really terrific plays for the Pirates to keep this game going into the 13th. There's that left on base stat we've been focusing on in this series. 13 Pirates, now 11 with the 3 Cardinals that were stranded in the 12th.
So in 2 days, the Pirates have stranded 31. So the pitcher, Liz, against Tuivailala as we start the 13th. Left in their bullpen, Tony Watson, Jared Hughes, and that's it.
They've both been busy lately. Cardinals have Manus, Sokolovich, and Villanueva. And 2 of the 3 of those pitchers have been busy. Pirates have Cervelli and Hart left on their bench, but they're letting Liz hit for himself here because they need his innings.
2-1 pitch. Popped up. Adams calling for it. The big man racing in. Pedro Alvarez with a home run. And also in the 12th inning, Peter Borges able to tie this game up. So 12th inning, Pirates took the lead. Cardinals tie it up. That's where we're at right now, 2-2. Here's Chris Stewart. Second inning of work for Tuivailala. Breaking ball drops in for a strike, 0-2.
You just would not think that Tuivailala has been stretched out much, spring training or otherwise, really, in his career. He's not that kind of pitcher. So You would think 2 innings max for him in this game, which means I guess he could potentially hit for himself. In the bottom of the 13th, he's due up second for Mike Matheny. So it's Peralta, the pitcher spot, then Molina.
Ground ball hit to short. Peralta. 2 down.
Or you let him stay in and hit and then still don't send him back out for the 14th if need be.
Sean Rodriguez off to a good start, hitting .400 this season with a home run, 3 RBIs. Some kind of series between these two teams.
It's one thing we've seen with this Cardinal start to the season, 17-6, best record in baseball. They've won 5 straight, 8 out of 10, won every series. But even the games the Cardinals have lost have been close games. So they've been in a lot of them, and this is just really a terrific series. You mentioned great weather, terrific game here today. And now what we talked about earlier, the Plan D conversation. Can Lackey play right? Can Martinez play second or first? Really the only choice for the starters, because you've only got 3 of them here, are Lynn, Lackey, and Martinez. If you need one of them to bunt, or for some reason need one to play in the field.
Here's a 2-1. 2-2. It's about one of those times when you're a manager and you tell your starters, I know you got the tennis shoes on, you're not thinking you're going to be a part of this game, but everybody, all hands on deck.
Now, that you wouldn't expect to have to use them. You assume the starters, nobody gets hurt, they're all going to play, and they're going to hit for themselves, and whoever's pitching is going to have to hit for themselves. And pitching is much more of a concern, who's going to get the innings, clearly.
The 2-2.
But it's no longer spring training, Dan. You can't just say, I'm out of pitchers, let's not play extra innings, good luck, we'll see you next week. That's what they do in spring training.
Right.
Tuivailala did pitch 2 innings in a game this season. And he's done it 7 other times in minor league games in his career. So 2 innings. This is not for the first time. 3, boy, I don't know.
Got him to chase a strikeout of Rodriguez. Tuivailala does his job. 2-2 midway through 13. opportunity to win it in the bottom of the 12th.
Yeah, and the Pirates didn't let them win it, too. Give them some credit. The defensive plays by Harrison and Alvarez both at the corners. Clutch defensive plays.
Johnny Peralta has a base hit in the 7th. That was off of Caminero. Was intentionally walked last time up. And he hits a fly ball into shallow center. Who wants it? McCutchen. No, it drops. You can see that coming. Where was McCutchen on that play? He's got to be there.
Well, the answer probably, as we've talked about a lot in this series, playing deep. And he had a long way to go, and we've seen some balls dropped in this series, and what a bad time for this from the Pirates' point of view. Peralta thinks he's out. Thinks he's got no chance. Maybe he should be on second base.
You bet.
Much tougher play for Mercer, backpedaling, and I know it's a long way to go for McCutchen, but that's got to be his ball. I agree.
So here's Seth Maness. I believe he's 3 for 10 in his career.
Maness unavailable to pitch today, we would gather by this move. And
yeah,
Sokolovich is getting loose in the Cardinals bullpen as we speak. So you can cross Maness off your list as far as the pitching is concerned.
Maness bunts it in the air. Goodness. I think maybe a question for Mike Matheny would be, why not use a starter that's more accustomed to bunting instead of your reliever? Either way, doesn't work out. One out, and here's Yadier Molina.
I think it's a good question, and I think his answer will be he believes that Maness is the best athlete he has.
Sure.
And there's some reasons to think that. Just didn't get the job done.
Now Molina. Peralta the runner at first base. Pulls it foul. Jumped on that pitch. Yeah, both these managers right now, it's getting uneasy. Thinking about how you're going to fill innings if it continues.
So we've talked about, it's not the first time they thought about it. They've had to be thinking about this for probably 2 or 3 innings about who have I got left. How much do I want to push a guy? Who can I push? And what do I do if this game goes 17 innings? Let's push it further, Dan.
0-2.
At some point, you'll get to a point in this game where we talk about the starters playing somewhere, but that means Pete Kozma's pitching. We saw that happen with Felipe Lopez with the Cardinals a number of years ago in a game against the Mets. He ended up having to throw a few innings as an infielder.
Ground ball could be 2 out at second and out at first. We head to the 14th. We're tied up. It's 2-2. the right-hander takes over. Carlos Villanueva, the last man standing in the bullpen now, and he is from Venezuela.
First appearance as a Cardinal. He's been in the big leagues before. We saw him with the Cubs. I believe we saw him with Baltimore as well.
That's right.
At the big league level. And we saw him in spring training as well. Good slider for Sokolovic. And he's not an overpowering guy. Doesn't have great velocity with his fastball, but has an outstanding changeup too out of the bullpen. And he may be in there for a while. And how about the fans that have hung on for this game as we head to the 14th? Longer date than they had planned. Always good to be with the daughter, though, for a long time. Chance to communicate.
That kid says, "Can we please go?"
He's aged a bit.
In this long day of baseball, fun day of baseball.
Oh, I love it.
2-2 as we're in the 14th, and the strategy gets awfully interesting now.
Oh boy, does it ever.
Who's available, who can be used, position players, pitchers that might be thrust into a spot that you normally would never see them in.
I find it funny the way this game has unfolded, where we've been talking about the plan B, C, D, E, and they just keep happening.
Right.
Because it's one of those games where it's kind of the worst nightmare in some ways for a manager. They have to figure out how to win a game without your best guys out there. But, you have games like that. And what a great game to win this would be. With all the effort. Talk about a true team victory.
Here's a 2-0 to Gregory Polanco. Sokolovic was signed at the age of 16 by the Boston Red Sox. As you mentioned, primarily he has spent time in the minor leagues with various organizations, the Cubs, Baltimore, now St. Louis. Actually pitched over in Japan for a year. Hiroshima Carp. The 2-1.
There's that changeup and a good one right on the outside corner. That's his pitch. Really sold that with a lot of body movement, and then kind of just took off the velocity, hit the outside corner.
There it is again. But that back-to-back changeup against the lefty. Cardinals will have Cosma, Wong, and Jay due up. We are in the 14th of a 2-2 game. Ground ball again. That's fair. Adams to the bag. First out.
3 straight changeups from Sokolovic. So that's his comfort pitch, to be using it in this kind of situation, trying to get an out, and looks like he's got good command of that pitch.
This is the beauty, by the way, of National League Baseball, too. No DH.
Agreed. 100%.
A lot of talk of that with the injury to Adam Wainwright. Should the DH be in the National League? Well,
he says no.
He says no, and if you're a fan of the game, I think this type of game lends itself to being unique and fun. Maybe not for the managers, but for us, and the strategy and the different things that have happened. Yeah, it's because it's so unusual.
My guess is in their post-game sound, however this game turns out, both managers will be asked about 3 or 4 different situations about why you did this and why you did that. And there's been so many of them, I'm not sure we'll get all of them right and some clarity on it, because it's been a complicated game to manage for both guys. And you look at the scoreboard and it's 2-2 in the 14th. So to me, this is a perfectly fun baseball game.
Here's a 1-1. Sokolovic, how long can you go with him?
Well, say as long as he's standing.
And a strikeout of Harrison. has had a tough day. That's 2 strikeouts. 0 for 7.
Nice location.
That's a tough day at the yard. 0 for 7 with a pair of Ks. Now McCutchen. McCutchen singled all the way back in the first. Since that time, 4 flyouts. Check that, 5. First pitch, a strike.
But he's just missed a couple too, and
yeah,
I think that's what you worry about with McCutchen. He's got that raw power.
I think about the 0-2 pitch from Tui Valala that he sent to the track.
Yep.
0-1 pitch. The 1-1 to McCutchen. Catches the corner, 1-2.
Sokolovich, the 8th, and I would dare say final pitcher that the Cardinals are going to use today. And that's not counting Seth Maness, who was used to bunt. I have a feeling that if push comes to shove and we get later in this game, that Mike Matheny won't be in the way of it today.
You don't think so?
I don't.
Check swing. Did not go. Villanueva at 37 pitches 3 days ago, 18 yesterday.
Did he swing? Huh. Wish they'd asked me.
Ground ball. Handled. Kozma. Cardinals another chance to win it in the bottom of the 14th. Sokolovich comes in. 1-2-3. Nicely done. Aside, the Pirates have stranded 13, the Cardinals 11.
Danny, is this a good time to bring up that neighborhood play that happened about an hour ago?
No. Oh, sure.
What did you say at the time?
Will it come back to be a factor in the game?
Well, it's created this extra add-on to this game. Perhaps would have been a opportunity for the Cardinals. It could have been extended a play at second base. Mike Matheny argued it. There was a neighborhood play that Mercer was deemed to be on the base. Replay shows he wasn't. Not a reviewable play, and the kind of thwarted a possibility the Cardinals had. Maybe it's a 2-1 game at the time, and maybe we're home by now.
Well, you have first and second, nobody out.
But we would have missed all this fun, though, Danny.
Pete Kozma, 0-2. The last home run for Kozma was hit, you may recall, the beginning of the season, the first road trip in Arizona 2 seasons ago. Here's the 0-2.
People don't know that when Pete Kozma was first signed by the Cardinals as a first-round pick, he was such an outstanding high school player, and in the minor league season, first couple of seasons, he was their team's power hitter. And he had a number of home runs and was trying to figure out if that was the kind of hitter, that's the kind of hitter he is. But I think he's understood at this level. He's much more of a gap hitter, and I think he's become much more comfortable with who he is as a major leaguer, and I think he's got a chance to be a very good role player for this team.
1-2. Strikeout of Kozma. Colton Wong with a single his last time up. He was robbed at second base, and also a base hit back in the 8th.
This is the time of a game, and you get these every once in a while, Dan, where the bullpen becomes a very lonely place. You kind of start out, you're talking to a whole bunch of guys, second inning, third inning, and then you kind of turn around and everybody's gone.
One ball, one strike.
See out in the Cardinals pen, I can see Ilsley and the bullpen catcher.
Drive out to deep right. Wong walks it off. How do you like that? 14 innings. Colton Wong, walk-off homer. 3 consecutive games end in a walk-off, and what a way to sweep the Pirates out of St. Louis. Colton Wong, Budweiser player of the game. The Cardinals win it in 14, 3-2.
Young people at the ballpark that stayed for this, wow, did you see a great game, and what an ending. Colton Wong thrilled this crowd. Tough team victory for the Cardinals, and a very emotionally draining loss for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
The final 3-2. Wong walks it off for St. Louis.